Yeah, she's literally fucking there now. I know it's 2 minutes ago. Here we are. Let me go. Scott needs to play paperwork.
What's your friend's name?
Sarah.
Yes. He's working on it. No.
I'm right here. But weekends one of those Zoom buttons. 20 times it's hard to what you need because where you get the that's sure.
Crazy.
What's what they said?
Yeah, this was.
What's available last game too. I'm going to see when he's. Let's see. I'm not in this second. You will be fine. Talk to you in a little bit.
He's saying, no. Send it for-
I'd set it for negotiation day and have him show up to court again.
I would like. I'll just stop her. It's because we've not had it, because I have got paperwork.
They will change the starter. Negotiation day sounds good.
So. This is too short. Wing it.
We just go with them. Yeah. We're pretty clear.
Another day.
We probably need to tell him if they don't show up for the negotiating day.
Well, then the sign.
When's the negotiating day?
Is he want to go hit this play or? you go? Okay,
Oh, geez.
he thought that, you know, I know this one. I'll search that.
That's why there's no.
So are you gonna put him on the negotiating day too?
No, he's gonna do his play and see.
Yeah.
I said he hadn't been.
All right. Okay, circuit court is now in session. Honorable Judge Cody Willis presiding. Please bow your heads for a moment of silence.
Thank you. Everyone have a seat. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Jason Bailey. Are you Jason Bailey?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1977.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 29002.
That's correct.
We're here on 21 CR 0020. I understand that there's a motion to enter a guilty plea. Is that right, Counselor?
That's correct, Your Honor.
The motion has been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. That is correct.
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0020?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right to not testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. The right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to have witnesses called in your favor and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering a plea today, you give up all of your rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation. I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept their recommendation. Now, prior to accepting any recommendation, I will order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. After a review of that, if I decide not to accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and impose a harsher sentence, you will have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Step to the left, and what does the Commonwealth have as far as your recommendation?
Felony plea, he can plead guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance, first degree, receive a sentence of 10 years, serve 90 days, balance probated, and there all evidence in this case to be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the amendment, in the indictment, or the indictment is amended?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing so of your own free will and for no other reason?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights, I've explained it, still your desire to proceed and allow me to fix your punishment within a range permitted by law.
Yes, sir.
You understand that by entering this plea, you become a convicted felon, and any future convictions could be enhanced under persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the docket? Mr. Bailiff, will you collect that?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the agreement order pre-sentence investigation report, and your sentencing will be on August 24th. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
August 24th. It's been changed off this here.
What date was that, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
We had said a change in plans here. 31st. Old list.
Your Honor, August 31st, I can do that date. Are there any dates earlier than that for Mr. Bailey?
What's the deal? I mean, why do you need something earlier than that?
He has done a substantial amount of
I
time.
can't hear you.
He has done a
Has he got
substantial,
all his time in?
he should have that substantially filled.
Well, substantially doesn't mean it's
Well,
complete.
he would have it filled, Your Honor.
Okay, what date will he have it filled?
He already does.
I've got
Oh, yeah, hell.
320 actual days.
Who's on first,
You're
who's
not-
on second?
but
You know,
He was picked up several months ago, and then it was at least a couple of months ago.
I don't care when he was picked up. That's like asking when something happened. They told me, well, that's right after mom had surgery. That doesn't tell me anything. You get to work the number of days out that he has. Probation and parole, as you do. Pardon?
You want the number of days he has in jail?
I would like the number of days he has in jail.
7 days in jail.
And we can take him to another county. Because I don't want him spending more time than he's agreed to. You agree with that, Mr. Stock?
That's fine. We did it in Clinton during the-
Yeah. Find out how many days. But they also have to have time to do the pre-sentence investigation report also. So
Yes, sir.
as soon as he does the pre-sentence investigation report, they'll interview in the jail. As soon as they do that, we'll set, if you've already got your days in and they're certified, we'll get you the location you need to go. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
You know, that's the only matter I had today, if I could be
Thank you.
excused. Have a good day, sir.
Yeah, you too. Randy Meador. They're not here with Randy Meador yet.
Morning, Your Honor. I haven't heard about Mr. Meador. Is he not
They
here?
said he's on the way from Roder
Yes, sir.
and he isn't here yet.
All right, I can wait.
Ronnie Bays. Commonwealth versus Bronny Bays. 22 CR 0026. Are you Bronny Bays?
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1984. The last four digits, social security number 5442. We're here today on a status hearing. What is the Commonwealth?
Your Honor, I'd ask that this case be, I don't want to set it for
Okay,
trial.
move over to the left here.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm requesting that the case not be set for trial until the Commonwealth's ready. We have both investigative and procedural matters that need to be taken care of that involve other counties. So I'd ask for a pretrial in September.
September the 28th, you're under the same conditions of bond.
Yes, sir.
Okay. James Becker. Commonwealth versus James Becker. 20 CR 00017. Are you James Becker?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have an attorney?
Yes, I do.
Who is your attorney?
David Cross.
He's here, Your Honor. He may be in the back.
Could y'all check back there and see if David Cross is in one of those rooms? Mr. Bailiff? Mr. Becker, were you born in 1986?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 9261.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're on 20 CR 0017 for a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say? Okay.
I don't know. We've done paperwork. We put it in the docket chair, his paper first.
Your Honor, I have not gone over the plea with Mr. Becker, who gave us a minute.
Okay, we'll pass over.
Thank you.
Peyton Brewer. Commonwealth versus Peyton Brewer, 23 CR 0023. Are you Peyton Brewer? You born in 1994? Last four digits, social security number 4704.
Yes.
We're here on 23 CR 0023 for a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, she was unable to be at the last negotiation day because of the medical statement. I don't know when she do, if you want to pass this to afterwards, or if you want to go ahead and set another negotiation day next month.
August 30th, but I probably got.
Stop. I had thought that was what it was for, until I go before, but
I would suggest setting this in
What is she charged with?
possession. I would suggest setting this in September and let her there. Have a baby and come back to the office. If you want to try to maybe can't.
If y'all had, has she been here on negotiation day?
No, she wasn't here last time, she was the doctor. She was at the hospital. Can't remember which one you were at.
Has she previously been convicted of a felony?
Yes. Like I said, on August 18th at 1 o'clock, so next negotiation.
Be there on August 18th at 1 o'clock. We'll set the next court date of August 31st. If she has a medical intervention, we can do something about that. Guy Corbin,
Yeah, Mr. Bailey has 242 days in, so whenever you want to set the sentence, it's fine. Like
he was supposed to do 6 months, or what was he supposed to
90
do?
days. He's got
90
more than
days.
that. You want to set it at Monroe or
When is, are we in Monroe next week?
17th in Monroe and the 10th in Clinton.
Let's do it in Clinton.
So.
No,
the 10th.
August.
We'll do sentencing August 10th. That'll give them time to do the pre-sentence investigation report.
Another day, I have a DRC hearing. I'm the DRC, Your Honor, in Widget County, and I have hearings set on the 10th. Is there another date?
Can you get somebody to stand in for you? I mean, if you go over the pre-sentence investigation report with your client, if you get somebody to stand in for you, the local, is this a conflict case?
It's a conflict case for DPA, Your Honor.
Well, okay, well, there won't be any conflict with the DPA person in Clinton County. The conflict obviously would be a Cumberland County conflict, correct?
I don't know.
It would have been with Ms. Costello.
Ms. Costello, so perhaps you can get someone in Clinton County just to stand in.
Okay.
Client get out a week earlier. I'm
I'd
sure it'd be
want
all right
that,
with
so.
him. Yeah.
I find
Okay.
somebody to do it. Your
Okay,
Honor.
thank you.
August
Yeah.
10th. And Your Honor, one last thing. I gave you my file copy of the plea. And I've got the original here.
Where you have it or they have it over here?
And I can reprint my copy.
You can give them the other one back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Guy Corbin,
Sir.
Guy Corbin. Okay, there's a warrant out for him, Mr. Commonwealth Attorney.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Jeremy Curtis, he needs to come back over with you, doesn't he? Prisoner here. Does the prisoner need to come back over? Yeah. Commonwealth versus Jeremy Curtis. Are you Jeremy Curtis?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1979?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 9067.
Yes, sir.
You're on 23 CR 0047, a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
The felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Curtis, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that, no, just keep it there.
Oh, sorry.
Keep it there. He's got to identify his signature, okay? A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
That is
Are
correct,
you
sir.
currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person that is named in 23 CR 0047?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No, sir.
Have you discussed these matters with your attorney?
Yes,
Are
sir.
you satisfied with her advice? Have you reviewed all the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you have to say something?
Yes,
It's
sir.
voice activated.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you believe that you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to plead guilty. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. The right to speak trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call or testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, have process issued to compel their attendance. You have the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt you're guilty. You understand that by entering this guilty plea today,
Yes,
you give
sir.
up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I'll have a report done by the pre-sentence investigation folks at Probation and Parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, I will you have the right, and I will allow you to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Step to your left here. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. The defendant agrees to pay a fine of $200. The defendant shall pay the fine at the discretion of the court. Defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained. Defendant agrees to enroll and complete the Cumberland County Specialty Program and shall agree to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you committed the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Sir.
Okay, are you doing so for your own free will?
Yes, sir.
Okay, knowing your constitutional rights is still your desire to give up those rights, enter your plea of guilty and allow the court to fix your punishment according to law.
Yes, sir.
You understand that after this, you'll be guilty, after this plea of guilty, any future felony convictions could be enhanced as far as a range of penalties under persistent felony offender law. Is that your signature on the document?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You give the document to the bailiff. Come back here on August the 31st for sentencing. Now, this was a probated sentence? Is that correct, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any objection in remaining on bond until he comes back? Okay, you have an ankle monitor or anything on?
No, sir.
Okay, well, you go ahead and turn yourself in today if you want to get those days running, or you can come back at 31st. Most people say 31st, right?
First.
Okay. Meet with the probation and parole officer over here.
Thank you, sir.
Johnny Daniel. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Johnny Daniels, 23 CR 0014. I haven't seen anything about the courthouse. No, but you're here today for sentencing, Mr. Daniels. Were you born in 1985?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the last four digits of social security number 6056. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done with probation and parole? Is it substantially correct? Counselor,
yes,
is it
for the-
substantially correct?
Yes, yes, it is correct.
Yes, yes, sir.
Is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
I'll plead guilty of possession of controlled substance. He shall receive a sentence of 3 years probated and 5 years to be supervised. He also agrees to be assessed by social services clinicians and follow recommendations. What is it? Court cost? $240. Do you need some time to pay that? $240 is the court cost. Do you need some time to pay that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll let you pay it at $30 a month. Can you afford that? Okay, your first payment's due 30 days from today. And 30 days after that, for 8 months, you pay the $240. You understand?
Yeah.
All drug paraphernalia to be destroyed. Go over there and meet with probation and parole. Brett Davis. Brett Davis. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Brett Davis, 23 CR 0028. Are you Brett Davis?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1994?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2736.
Yes, sir.
We're here for a pretrial conference. You're represented by Mr. Cross. You moved to your left a little bit, sir. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, Mr. Cross has furnished me some discovery yesterday on this case. I'd ask for one more negotiation day, and next month either have a plea or a trial.
What is the negotiation day?
August 18th, 1 o'clock.
August 18th at 1 o'clock. And August 31st is your next court day. Both those are conditioned through your bond. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Aiden Fields. Commonwealth versus Aiden Fields. Are you Aiden Fields?
Yes, I am.
Are we born in 1977?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 0323.
Yes.
Okay, you have an attorney.
Judge, we had in the district court.
I'll continue the representation. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. If you have any questions about anything I say, step away from the podium and ask your attorney, okay? The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of a controlled substance, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of controlled substance in the 3rd degree. And that give the indictment to her. Do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
I do, Your Honor.
I'm signing the reciprocal discovery order, sir, and the Commonwealth will be providing your attorney information to help prepare for your case. You have a negotiation day on August the 18th at 1 o'clock here at the Justice Center, and your next court appearance is August the 31st here. Both of them are conditioned to your bond, okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Donna Firkin, appearing by Zoom. Donna Firkin. Don't see her on there. Donna, will you turn your, camera on, have somebody turn your camera on? Okay, are you Donna Firkin? You need to turn your microphone on also. Turn the microphone on. That's the reason I don't like to do these, Buzzy. Now say something. Hello, Donna. Donna, can you hear me? Okay, I'm not gonna do this. Somebody called Donna, and where is she? Why is she doing?
I think the agreement was she was supposed to appear by Zoom, which she has.
Why?
I cannot.
Okay,
answer.
have her transported here next week. You can turn your camera off, Donna.
It was an agreement between.
Well, the agreement has to be followed through with. Turn your, okay. Turn Donna's camera off. Okay, Ernest Gates. Are you Ernest Gates?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1971?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 7259.
Yes.
This is 23 CR 0022. He has not been arrested on this, is that correct? Okay. Where have you been, Ernest?
Excuse me, sir.
You're in custody of the jailer. Sheriff, you need to take this gentleman and process him. We'll bring you back up
I was on phone, sir.
from district court.
From when I was arrested earlier, sir.
That was in district court.
No, I apologize. It was that Richmond thing. I didn't realize that his case was called. I represented him in district court.
But he's been indicted and there's a warrant out for him in circuit court.
Okay, and
Okay, and all I'm gonna do is have him processed and we'll bring him back up.
they're gonna bring him back.
You
up.
just can't show up here on court day and avoid service on a warrant and think it's a district court. Somebody should have informed him of that, but I'm gonna treat him appropriately. He'll be treated as if he had complied and turned himself in on the warrant. Sheriff, take him and process him.
Yes, sir.
Michael Graves. Commonwealth versus Michael Graves, 23 CR 0060. Are you Michael Graves?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1972?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 9793.
That's great.
Okay. You represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Who
Mr.
represents?
Cross. Mr. Cross.
Okay. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. If you have any questions about what's going on, step away and Mr. Cross will consult. The grand jury of Cumberland County has charged you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree methamphetamine, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of marijuana. Mr. Bailiff. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order here where the Commonwealth gives you the evidence they have. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, received indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, reserving all pre-trial motions.
Yes, Your Honor, going to plea not guilty.
Have August 18th negotiation day and August 31st is the next court date. Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
1 o'clock. Sandy Handy, Sarah Handy, Sarah Handy. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Sarah Handy, 23 CR 0044. Are you Sarah Handy? You born in 1995?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 3672.
Yes.
Represented by Bruce Brown.
Yes.
What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Diversion, Your Honor.
Okay. Motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily entered?
Yes.
Are you the same person indicted in 23 CR 00044?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No.
You've discussed this matter with your attorney. Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and the United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speedy trial by jury, your right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Your right to be in front and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Your right to use evidence. Your right to call witnesses on your behalf in a process issue to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter in higher court if you lose. Your right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge. Don't you understand that enter a guilty plea, you give up all those rights? You understand that?
Yes.
And we consider the Commonwealth's recommendation. But on the applying range of sentence provided by law, I don't have to accept it. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, I'll let you withdraw your plea. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No.
Had any felonies in the past 10 years?
No.
Are you currently on probation?
No.
You understand that if you complete the diversion program, it will be dismissed and you may have your record expunged.
Yes.
However, if you do not successfully complete diversion program, you'll be brought back in front of the court with schedule a hearing after doing a pre-sentence investigation report. You understand that?
Yes.
Step to your left, please. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Mayor?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years. Diversion is to be supervised. Upon a plea of guilty to failure of owner to maintain required insurance first offense, the defendant shall pay a fine of $250. The defendant shall pay the fine at the discretion of the court. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week community service until gainful employment is obtained. Then agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty because you committed the acts charged in the indictment as amended? Are you pleading guilty because you committed the acts that you charged with?
Yes.
Okay. You plead guilty of your own free will.
Yes.
Okay. Is that your signature on the document?
Yes.
You realize that if you violate the terms of this agreement and I show you as violated, then you'll be brought back for and you'll be a convicted felon and your sentences in the future could be enhanced. Do you understand that?
Yes.
What are the total fine and court costs?
$475.
$475.
And Judge, it's my understanding that they haven't been able to confirm the insurance, but they're gonna modify that, and I think that'll come off as soon as they get confirmation on the insurance.
That's correct.
Well, we will adjust the fine accordingly. But as of now, you owe $475. Can you pay $40 a month?
Yes.
Okay, make your first payment 30 days from today and 30 days thereafter until you pay the amount in full. And if you prove your insurance, they amend it, we'll take it off the end of it. Okay,
That is, if you have insurance at the time of the incident.
that's right. Not that you had insurance now, you had to have it show proof of insurance at the time of the citation.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now that's unsupervised.
It's supervised.
It's supervised.
Well, she needs to meet with a probation parole officer over here.
He's right.
James Hurst. Commonwealth versus James Hurst. Are you James Hurst?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1970. Born in
Yes, sir.
1970.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 2119.
Yes, sir.
You're in 22 CR 0013. And 22 CR 0038 on probation revocations.
Your Honor, this is on last minute for a motion to revoke. It's that time Mr. Hurst hadn't paid any restitution on $3,500. Since then, he's paid $2,000 on one payment. And he's paid another $100 today on top of probation parole. And he's now in compliance. And if he stays that way, he won't have any more trouble.
I've got another 600 and something I paid,
Well, that's good. I didn't mean to
You
mistake.
can get by without having to pay that, man.
sir.
I said, I was fixing to let you buy without paying that for a while, but
We'll take it.
you're all right. Be on your way rejoicing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's your probation parole officer. Here you go. Kenyon.
We'd like to pass that motion or that matter to the end of the docket, please.
That'd be fine. Thank you. Johnny Key. Do what? Are you Johnny Key,
Second.
born in 1957?
Second.
Last four digits, social security number is 0532. You're here on 23 CR 0056. You have not been, this warrant has not been served on you. How did you know to be here today?
On the court docket.
What, get online and look at it or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're in the custody of the jailer. They've got to process you. And then we'll bring you back up.
Okay.
You have another officer here that can take him down. Where is the sheriff? Okay, well, you just take this gentleman and go that way, okay? Scotty Lay. Scotty Lay. Commonwealth versus Scotty Lay, 22 CR 0018. Are you Scotty Lay?
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1967.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3701.
2701.
How, it's what?
2701.
Two? Yeah, you had it wrong. You're here on 22 CR 0018 on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, on this
You
case,
need to come up here, you move to your left.
on this case, the co-defendant Sarah Page, the Commonwealth requested the trial date.
She on the docket here?
She is, she'll be here.
What's her name?
Sarah Page.
Sarah Page, come around. Are you Sarah Page?
Yes.
You born in 1969?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 3610.
Yes.
You're here on 22 CR 00019. Who is your attorney?
Miss Costello, our office represents Miss Page.
So you have her calendar with you?
I have some dates that she's given me.
Okay, wait a second. What is this charge, Mr. Shaw?
Possession of paper case.
Did you go through a negotiation, David?
Well, I think we had negotiation last month. I never heard anything back from DPA, and then DPA tells me that they're having trouble getting up here today. They both live out of state. I had to contact the sheriff of Clay County and get them up there and get the warrants served. So I think I'm having difficulty getting anything done, so I'm requesting a trial date. We typed up plea papers, and they want them to sign today, so I'm ready to move on.
Our car was stolen for the reason we're having all these problems, but we're in the process of getting on it right now.
Yeah, but we wouldn't have those problems when I couldn't get you served. That's my problem. And I'm going to inquire about the bond because I don't try to state that I'm going to wait for extradition.
What is their bond?
I did.
Okay, I understand.
All right.
Is that, when you carried it over from district, it was 3,000 and 10%. And then you added the 24-hour curfew and the waiver of extradition for kids.
What about her, Sarah Page? You got all the test results and everything back?
We're ready to go.
You had $2,500 at 10%, the 24-hour curfew and the waiver of extradition.
Did you hear those bonds? Could you hear the
The
bonds?
bond's fine. I just think she needs to sign a waiver also.
Should be.
They're what, look in the file, see if there's a waiver of extradition. It's a Mason case going in Clinton County on the 3rd.
Is it right now? The only one that might not go in Lincoln County is the 28th, with the officer mediation successful. And that was the mediation scheduled for August 23rd.
What about July the 8th?
July 8th.
What month? I mean, August 8th.
I mean, July the 8th.
The next year.
No, this year. They wanted a speedy trial. I'm gonna give them a speedy trial. It's 11 days from today. You said you're ready. August doesn't look good. It's pretty full. You've got some serious cases come up in the last part of July and then in August.
This is in June. This is in June.
So you mean,
What about, well, you want to go to the 5th of August?
I believe that's Saturday.
I'm looking in the right year.
August 5th, Saturday.
How about August, September the 5th? So I was looking at when I roll the calendar up, it didn't change the month correctly. September the 5th is Tuesday.
That's fine.
Okay.
She was offered a free diversion.
What did you offer these people?
Offer Miss Page, pre-trial version, and Mr. Ray, a probated witness.
The reason I did,
Well, no, you don't. You need to step away from your. Step away and talk to him just for a second.
I don't know if you want me, Judge.
Just step away from the podium and talk to him.
That's, she was offered diversion, he was offered probation.
Well, that's okay if they don't want to take it.
They
You don't
don't
have to.
take it, yeah.
Okay, we're going to trial then. There won't be any other negotiations on this thing. You understand that? Okay. Okay, that's on September 5th.
Are we excused, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'm not going to change your bond. You came back up here this time. I expect you to come again. Okay, okay. Concepcion Lopez. Active warrant out. Concepcion Lopez, Mr. Stockton. Concepcion Lopez. Active warrant. Kenneth McIntyre. Hummer versus Kenneth McIntyre. 23 CR 0046. Are you Kenneth McIntyre? You born in 1999? Yes, sir. Last four digits, of your social security number 0538. Yes, sir. You're here for assist for a pretrial conference. Is that correct, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor, we have a plea agreement.
Is it a diversion or a felony plea?
I believe it's diversion. It is a pretrial diversion.
A motion has been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter plea today. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? No, sir. Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Yes, sir. Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 0056 46? Yes, sir. Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Have you discussed these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice? Yes, sir. Have you viewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You believe you've been fully informed about your case? Yes, sir. You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. Yes, sir. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence, the right to call a witness in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt you're guilty of charge against you. Understand by entering a guilty plea, they can give up those rights. Yes, sir. Now I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. You understand that? Yes, sir. Have you been previously verdicted in the last 5 years? Do you have any felony in the last 10 years? No, sir. Do you understand that if you fully complete the diversion program, the charges will be dismissed pre-trial diverted? You understand that? You understand that if you do not complete the diversion program successfully, you'll be brought back before the court, and the court could schedule a hearing, sentence hearing for you after a pre-sentence investigation report. You would be a convicted felon, and any future felonies can be enhanced. You understand that? Yes, sir. Step to your left a little bit. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years. Diversion is to be supervised. Defendant shall receive credit for time served, which is 30 days. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is attained. The defendant agrees to be assessed and follow any recommendations of the social service clinician. The defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
What did you say about the time in here?
He gets credit for time served, and there's been 30 days that he's getting credit for.
Step back a little bit. Is that your understanding of the recommendation? Yes, sir. Are you entering a plea of guilty because you committed the acts charged in the indictment as amended? Yes, sir. Are you doing so, or your own free will because you are guilty? Yes, sir. Knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to give up those rights to enter a guilty plea to the charges and allow the court to fix your punishment? Yes, sir. Is that your signature on the document? Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Bailiff, you retrieve those. Hand them over here. Thank you very much. I'll accept the agreement. Sign the diversion order. What did the court cost? $215. You need some time to pay that? Yes, sir. Make your first payment of $30 for 30 days from today, and every 30 days after that, it's paid in full. You need to meet with the probation parole officer back there so you can talk to you right at the back, big guy in the middle. Charles Overshiner. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Charles Overshiner. (23 CR 0049). Are you Charles Overshiner? Yes, sir. Born in 1983. Yes. Last four digits of social security number 3485. Yes. You represented by Mr. Poindexter. We're here on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We have a proposed diversion.
What is the charge here?
He has a strangulation second and an assault. We'll have quite a call. You want to accept it.
Move over this way.
I say anything wrong in this case. This is a case where according to testimony at the grand jury, Mr. Overshiner and his wife were engaged and he was strangling her. The children reported this. She appeared at the grand jury and testified that nothing happened in the case. So the Commonwealth has no cooperation from her. Mr. Overshiner works with Houchins Industries. She works under him, I believe, at the same place. So what the Commonwealth is proposed to do is enter in a diversion agreement for 5 years on the strangulation. He'll plead guilty to the misdemeanor. He'll agree to go and complete anger management counseling and do all recommendations according to the healthcare provider, and the parties would enter into marriage counseling. And that's the best I think the Commonwealth can do without a trial. So that's up to the court whether you want to accept it or not.
5 years.
5 years, yes, sir.
Diversion for 5 years.
That's correct. That's the maximum period.
Motion's been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Okay.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in 23 CR 0049?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you're fully informed of the case? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights.
Yes.
You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one to make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. Your right to file the Commonwealth proving on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charge against you. Understand that in your guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that? I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by the law. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No.
Do you have any felonies in the past 10 years?
No.
Are you currently on probation?
No.
You understand that if you do not complete the diversion program successfully, that you'll be brought back in front of me. And I have a pre-sentence investigation report. You'll be a convicted felon, and any convictions in future will be enhanced. However, if you do complete the program, it'll be dismissed pre-trial diverted. You've heard the recommendation. Is that your understanding, Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the amendment as indicted?
Yes.
Do you understand that, as I've explained to you, still your desire to give up these rights? You understand that the court can fix your punishment within the laws. Okay. Is that your signature on the document?
Yes. No one.
Right, the one that you signed previously.
Yes. Okay. You have, is that the original of it?
Actually, yes, it is, Your Honor. We tried to enter this last time.
Mr. Overshiner, I'm going to accept this pretrial diversion. What's fine court cost? $225 you need to. Okay. I don't want to be disrespectful to you, but I want you to understand that I'm doing this, agreeing to this with reservations. Because the recidivism rate of people, once they become in this sort of activity, doing it again is very high. And you and your wife are still together, is that correct? And obviously she loves you, or she wouldn't come forward and do what she's done here. You ought to appreciate that.
Oh, I do.
Okay, and if you ever touch her again and there's any complaints, you're going to the penitentiary. It might have been a one-time thing. Everybody makes mistakes, and I hope this is a mistake. You've had your second chance here. But you comply with the orders of this, and I hope your life turns around.
There's one other matter we need to address. As far as when he returns to our residence, Mr. Poindexter sent me some paperwork for his guys' professional counseling.
There's a printed copy of it.
Yeah, I couldn't tell when she's appointed with
I
them.
gotta send it after today. As soon as I leave here, I gotta make an appointment.
I would just say he probably shouldn't return. I think the court wanted last time, did not return to the residence until the council started, I believe.
And this shows that he has started it, Your Honor.
Yeah.
He's already had the
Yeah, I
assessment.
started it.
Okay.
I just, now I gotta lead it.
Yeah.
You started, now you gotta live it,
Yes, sir.
Yes.
okay? Okay, you have a good day.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Ricky Purdue. Commonwealth versus Ricky Purdue. 23 CR 0050. Are you Ricky Purdue?
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1981.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security, and 1284.
Yes, sir.
Here today for the purpose of arraignment, you represented by Office of Public Advocacy.
Yes, we represent.
You have a right to remain silent. You're charged with complicity to possession of a controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, possession of drug paraphernalia, failure to maintain insurance or motor vehicle, inadequate silencer, careless driving, no registration plates, and obstruction of window or windshield. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receipt of the indictment,
I do, Your Honor.
waive formal reading, arraignment, interplea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions,
I do.
and signing a reciprocal discovery order here? Means that the Commonwealth will give you the evidence they have. Your attorney to help you prepare for the case. Be back here on August the 18th for negotiation day and August the 31st for your next trial, your next pre-hearing pre-trial conference, okay? Trista Reynolds. Commonwealth versus Trista Reynolds, 19 CR 0098. Are you Trista Reynolds?
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1994.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security, 1598.
Yes.
This is 19 CR 0098. Pretrial diversion or revocation. What is the Commonwealth have to say?
We were up here before on this case. And I've consulted with Officer Garner on this case. Miss Reynolds has a 3-year sentence on possession of a controlled substance, first degree. She had a problem where she was charged in Cumberland County with endangering the welfare of a minor. She had a minor child that had went outside the home during cold weather. She was charged with that. According to Officer Garner, she's currently entered into a safety plan with the Department of Social Services, is in compliance with that and still has her children. And so I'm asking at this time that this be continued as long as she's in compliance with the cabinet as far as the children go. Because I don't think she's been convicted of a misdemeanor either.
And you understand what he just said?
Yes, sir.
So are you fully aware of the compliant on how to comply with what the cabinet wants? Okay, well, I will continue this generally till we docket it. Without making decisions on the merits of the situation. So if you do anything else, you charge anything else, it'll pile on this. You understand that?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Darian Riddle. Commonwealth versus Darian Riddle, 23 CR 0057. Are you Darian Riddle?
Yes, sir.
Born 1972. You
Yeah.
born in 1972, last four digits, your social security number 4086.
Yes.
You're on 23 CR 0057 for arraignment. Do you have an attorney?
Yes.
Public advocate. I'll continue that appointment. You're here for arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. If there's anything you don't understand, you can step away from the podium and ask your attorney. The grand jury of Cumberland County is returning an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance and the first degree driving on suspended driver's license, excessive windshield shadow, tinting, and careless driving. Thank you. You understand those charges?
Yes.
You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, interplea of not guilty. Sign a reciprocal discovery order. Mr. Riddle, the Commonwealth's giving you information to your attorney to help you prepare for your case. You'll be back here at 1 o'clock on August the 18th for negotiation, and on August the 31st is your next pretrial. Okay?
Your Honor, it's condition his bond, no driving.
Check the bond.
I wonder if he has a valid license.
You have a valid driver's license? Well, you don't need to be driving. You understand that? Thank you. Wanda Scott. What she's here for. Commonwealth versus Wanda Scott. 23 CR 0020. Are you Wanda Scott?
Yes,
Born 1948.
yes,
Last four digits of social security number is 6879.
yes.
We're here for a hardship hearing for driver's license. Mr. Stockton, are you an expert on those?
Yeah, this is my first one in 24 years.
Mine too. So what do you have? Are you representing her in this?
Well, I know we have represented Miss Scott. And I'm familiar with her down in district court, but I did not know she applied for a hardship license. So
So I told Stacy down there, she fixed the paper for me.
I think down in the clerk's office, they did some paperwork.
Fill out application and then I ever take for things with all of them in all meetings.
And she was supposed to have brought it up here from down, up here and put it in front.
It's in the file.
Mr. Stockton, are you interested in this or?
As long as she is driving sober and she's, I don't know if she has a job or if she's going to work or what she's needing a license for. I thought they had to be for work or some other purpose.
Well, I'm not familiar. That's usually done in district court, so I'll take this under advisement and take a look at it. Could probably consult with Judge Costello. She doesn't know what we need to do them, so just give your attorney the contact information. You didn't drive up here today, did you?
No,
Don't
ain't
answer-
no
don't answer that.
nonsense.
Don't answer that, so. Okay, we'll get back in contact with you. Keith Smith. Commonwealth versus Keith Smith, 23 CR 0024. Are you Keith Smith?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1963. The last four digits, your social security number 8253, you're here on the pre-trial conference.
Yes, sir.
What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we need a negotiation day. My understanding is Mr. Cross is gonna file some motion for next month. In this case, a motion.
Correct, Your Honor. We thought to go ahead and get them filed and Mr. Stockton and I then sit down and have one of the
Get
candid.
them filed in time for y'all to talk to him on August the 18th.
Yes, we'll file,
Okay.
it'll be filed
And then
before.
the next court date will be
Yes,
on the 31st. We either have some idea, and if y'all would forward those motions to me after they're filed, and then I'll get you on the phone or something and see if there are any rulings that would thing. He'll be back here on the 31st, the 18th and 31st, Mr. Smith. Both of them conditions your bond, okay?
wait for me.
Mary Beth Stock at the pre-trial conference. Are you Mary Beth Stockett?
Yes, sir.
Barron County, if you're listening, I'm gonna be, it'll be about another 10 minutes or so here, okay? And we'll be right on with you. You born in 1983, last four digits, social security number 2212.
Yes.
This is 23 CR 0038. What does the Commonwealth have to say about this stuff?
Your Honor, we need a negotiation day. We need to stop at the team, according to Ms. Costello. She's having a mix up like when she didn't attend it, so that's a big thing.
August the 18th at 1 o'clock. And the next court date is August 31st. We stock them. Both of those are conditions of your bond.
Okay.
It's not like you can't, so if you don't appear in a timely manner, I'll have to issue a warrant. You have to stay in jail until 31st. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. James Williams. James Williams. I don't understand this. I don't understand why we got all these people with indictment warrants that are showing up that haven't been bonded here. It's the most we ever had about 5. Yeah. Getting online and seeing when they gotta come back. Are you James Williams?
Yes.
Okay, you need to be in the custody of the sheriff here to go process you.
Yes.
Cody Willis. Commonwealth versus Cody Willis. 3220. The last 4 digits of your social security number 2394,
Yes, sir.
born in 1989. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is 23 CR 0040. You represented by an attorney?
I spoke to David about representing me.
Do what?
I spoke to David about representing him.
Well,
I've not been hired to run right. We're gonna call today.
can you afford an attorney?
Yes, sir. I start back work next week if the court will approve it.
But he's
I'll be
got a
working-
problem.
I'll be working out of town.
Commissioner Smith, he's not been paid in the last 3 months for his home incarceration fees.
Okay, you're in the custody of the jail.
I work for Junior right now.
Well, that's the message we got. We can call Junior and make sure that wasn't that what it said.
So I'm gonna take
Yeah, he don't even pay me. He just takes it out for what I work.
You're not working. I don't know. I'm show you up. We show the court of Texas.
I didn't make it, right?
Well, let's,
But I'm kind of, this is a serious case. We listen, the second time we showed up without an attorney. And I feel like I'm getting
hey,
learned. How about if I talk to him in the next few minutes, he and I make a decision to find what the rest is. Would that be for the past few minutes?
that'd be lovely. Yeah, you wanna go back there with him?
Oh, I really don't. I'd rather be out here and
Yeah,
read
that's
somebody.
where he's gonna be if you wanna talk to him.
Talk to him.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Albert Wilson. Are you Albert Wilson?
Yes, sir.
This is 23 CR 0059. Were you born in 1988?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6362.
Yes, sir.
You're on 23 CR 0059. So the purpose of arraignment, you represent this gentleman.
I do, Your Honor.
Grant, you have a right to remain silent. If you have any questions about what's going on, step away from the podium. Grand jury, Cumberland County's returning an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, first degree possession of drug paraphernalia, failure to maintain insurance on your motor vehicle, operating a motor vehicle under the influence, possession of open alcohol canister, and careless driving. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading, arraignment, enter plea of not guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
You reserve all pretrial motions.
Yes.
Sign a reciprocal discovery order so that the Commonwealth will provide your attorney with all the evidence they have in your case. Be here at 1 o'clock on August 18th for negotiation. And the next court date is August 31st. Both of them are conditioned to your bond.
Your Honor, there's one matter I'd like to bring up. Mr. Wilson works over at the Albany Quarry. He lives on 449. His wife works at Sulphur Creek. He's not supposed to be driving to work. If we could allow him to drive to work, it would certainly be a wonderful
I
thing.
don't think I have the authority to give anybody a work permit driving. Is there any provision under the law for that?
You can do about anything you want. I think it's a bond condition.
I can't do anything I want on occasion. I try to follow the law. I know that it's not always. What do you tell me?
He has a valid offer.
Well, I think it's a bond condition, Your Honor.
Yeah, does he,
Got 2 possessions in a DUI case is what he's got pending.
he didn't have any, what were the other charges? No insurance? DUI, no insurance?
There's proof of insurance been given to Mr. Hurt, Your Honor. I don't know how that's still on Christie's court.
Well, he probably didn't have proof of insurance on March 23rd of 23. That's
I think he had it. Yeah, yeah. He said that.
I just didn't have my wallet with me in my truck.
This is a DUI first?
yes.
Well, this will be another case that I'll check with Judge Costello to see what her policy is in district court. If he's entitled to some kind of license, I'll give it to him.
Well, Your Honor, if I may so advise the court, having done a few DUIs as you have years ago, but I know the law is different. On a first offense, you've got free reign until convicted unless it's subject to a bond condition, and that's why there's a restriction. So all I'm asking you is
It's not that
modify
I
the bond.
don't trust your interpretation of law, but I want to cut the cards and take a look and see what's going on. I'll probably sign it.
Thank you.
Probably will, but we'll notify you when I get a chance to look at it.
That's what for me, I'd say. Your Honor, we could take up that Becker case.
Wait just a second, wait just a second. I'm going down to is Ethan Wilson next? Ethan Wilson. Ethan Wilson. And then I'm gonna go over and do one case in Barron County because they were scheduled at 10 and they're holding the line open. Are you Ethan Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 2002?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 7254.
Yes, sir.
This is 23 CR 0057. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. Your attorney's here with you. You have a right to remain silent. If you have any questions, step away from the podium and ask her, okay? Grand jury, Cumberland County has indicted you with possession of controlled substance of first degree methamphetamine and public intoxication. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
You acknowledge the identity of the client, receive the indictment, away formal reading arraignment, interpleading not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order, sir. It requires the Commonwealth to give you all the evidence they have to prepare for your case. You'll be here on August 18th at 1 o'clock for negotiation. And August the 31st for your next court date. Both of them are conditions of your bond. Now I'm going to go online here. Barron County, are you on there? Barron County. Commonwealth versus Robert Stevenson. 21 CR 00113 and 22 CR 00126. The Office of Public Advocacy represents you, Mr. Stevenson. Are y'all online?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Turn your camera on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you see your attorney there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Stockton, you may proceed.
This was a motion to revoke. It was filed last month. He was referred to drug court and he was assessed and wasn't eligible. Due to the fact, and I didn't realize that he had been in Monroe County Drug Court back in 21 and failed out of drug court. And so he's not eligible to go in the Cumberland County Drug Court. What these violations are, he's got a marijuana positive and a meth positive. I spoke with probation and parole and asked him if the SSC could evaluate him, possibly send him to long-term treatment. He said, well, since he's been in jail, he's not going to qualify for anything like that. And so I thought, well, maybe DPA would want to find him a long-term treatment facility if you want to do that. Otherwise, I guess just proceed with revocation.
Well, just stay there just for a second. So we stay behind that so we can keep you online.
Okay.
My family spoke to the healing place in.
Wait a second. Go ahead.
Judge, that was my understanding of what he
You need
relayed.
to speak up.
I'm sorry. That was my understanding, what he relayed to the court. I would ask the court if our alternative sentence worker could find him a placement.
Yes, I have one already. And I spoke to Mr. Collins from Probation and Pro, and he was completely on board with me going to the healing place in Campbellsville, which is a sober living home.
And I would need to confirm that and speak with him. I've not had the opportunity, and Ms. Costello, of course, she's in that National Defense
You need to
College.
speak up.
I'm sorry. She's at that National College of Defense, so therefore I would ask to be able to speak with Mr. Stevenson and confirm what he said to the court.
Yeah, Mr. Stevenson, I have no reason not to believe what you're saying, but we have to.
Yes.
Your attorney will have to confirm that. Your regular attorney is away for a continuing education situation, and they will consult with each other and submit
Sounds like we're doing great.
an agreed order on this. You won't have to wait till the next court day. So if everything's lined up and you go up there, but I do require the condition that if you leave that program and do not successfully complete it, then you will report to the jail. You understand that?
Yes, I completely understand, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all for your cooperation. Sorry, I was a little late.
That's okay. Thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go back. James Becker.
Your Honor, let me take the opportunity to introduce my new associate to the court, Miss Erica Fields.
My condolences, young lady.
Well, Your Honor, I told her early on, I've modeled much of my practice on the way you used to do things years ago, so understand that. Thank you, but she'll be taking care of it.
Hope things have improved since then. Okay, are you James Becker?
Yes, Your Honor.
You born in 1986?
Yes, Your
Last four digits, social security 9261.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 20 CR 0017. What does the Commonwealth have to say about this?
Your Honor, we have
You need to speak up or get near a microphone,
looks like we have a felony plea, Your Honor.
okay? It has been announced that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same person named in indictment 20 CR 0017? Now, as I told earlier, this was a misdemeanor plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
It is misdemeanor plea.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, Your Honor.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you believe you're fully informed?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. I'm going to go over those rights and ask you to affirm that you understand them, okay?
Yes,
You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial, by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross and having all witnesses called testify against you. The right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that? Entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that? Now, I may accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I don't have to accept the recommendation. This is a misdemeanor plea today, and I can sentence you to the maximum allowed range of law if I decide not to agree with the recommendation. Move to the left here a little bit. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance, second degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 6 months probated for 6 years. Defendant agrees that probation shall be unsupervised as long as he resides outside the state of Kentucky. The defendant agrees to pay a fine of $250 and shall pay that fine at the discretion of the court. Defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained. Defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that what you agreed to?
Actually, Your Honor.
Get behind this microphone there.
There was a discrepancy between the offer paperwork and the judgment, and it has been corrected and noted by Mr. Cross and the Commonwealth's attorney. The sentence was to be 6 months probated for 6 months, not 6 years.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, we can accept that notation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You plead guilty of your own free will because you are guilty of the charges as amended.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand? Is that your signature on the document? Now, will this be supervised or unsupervised?
Unsupervised, as long as it remains in Tennessee.
Yeah. Well, do you need probation pro? You don't need anything, any information on it? Well, we're gonna miss you, but you need to stay down in Tennessee.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the court cost?
$490.
$490. When do you pay that?
Can I have till November?
Well, you can, if you make payments on it, you can. I'll let you pay it $40 a month, starting 30 days from today.
Right.
Okay, make the payments, $40 a month. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Mr. Hoover, you want to take yours up before we do these final ones here?
We can, Your Honor, yes, sir.
What's your client's name?
Kyle Kenyon.
Kyle Kenyon. Cromwell versus Kyle Kenyon. 22 CR 0085. Are you Kyle Kenyon?
Yes.
Born in 1989.
Yep.
The last four digits, Social Security 9714. We're on a pretrial conference. Was a Commonwealth have done that?
We have a proposed plea.
Felony or
It's diversion.
diversion? Motion has been, what is the charge?
It'd be an information on one endangerment and a misdemeanor on sexual misconduct.
Come around here and explain something about this pretrial diversion.
This is a case, excuse me, Mr. Kenyon. This is a case involving Mr. Kenyon's niece, and Mr. Kenyon is the brother to the mother of the child. The parents, the father is in the, I believe he's in the 1st Infantry Division. He's deployed at Fort Riley, Kansas now. I have spoken to the parents in this case,
To
and
the
the
parents of the victim.
parents of the victim, both parents want this plea to go forward as amended. They both tell me that the child is doing well. Mr. Kenyon is, Mr. Hoover's furnished me records on him. He's probably low intellect, maybe autistic. And this is the plea that they want to enter. They don't want their daughter to go through a trial in this case, and this is where we are. Accepted, then I'll just have to trial.
Well, I'd rather do a pretrial diversion on a felony. I'd be willing to do
It
it.
is on one endangerment first.
I thought you said, I misunderstood. I didn't hear information. I thought you said.
Yeah,
misdemeanor.
one endangerment first, with the pre-trial diversion, then there will be a plea on the second one.
Which is misdemeanor. Okay, a motion has been tendered, says that you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct, young man?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would just ask, court to speak slowly.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or
No,
alcohol?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you the same person named in this indictment here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
And are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You do not have to enter a guilty plea today. Okay, I'm gonna read down through your rights, and at the end, I'm gonna ask you if you understand them, okay? You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by a jury. You have a right to be represented by counsel or an attorney at all times. You have a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have a right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation that you've agreed to, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you going to do a diversion on this, did you say?
On the one in that.
Yeah, okay.
And we'll need to sign that, Your Honor. We've not signed that diversion yet.
Let's see. Okay. You understand that if you successfully complete the diversion, the charge will be dismissed. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any diversions in the last 5 years? Have you ever done this before? Have you ever pled guilty to diversion? Have you ever had a felony conviction?
Have you ever had a felony conviction?
No, sir.
Okay. You understand that if you do not successfully complete the diversion program, you'll come back to court And if I revoke it, you could be sent to the penitentiary. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want to come and give your recommendation in full?
Yes.
Listen very carefully to this recommendation.
Mr. Kenyon would plead guilty to wanton endangerment first degree on the information indictment. He would have 5-year sentence, pretrial diverted for 5 years. He would also plead guilty to sexual misconduct, receive a sentence of 12 months, probated for 2 years. He shall have no contact with the victim. The sentences shall run concurrently. He'll be supervised. And I'm not requiring the work requirement in this case, Your Honor.
Is that what you agreed to, young man? Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will accept the plea of guilty and sign the pretrial diversion order. Now, if indeed you violate the terms, you'll be brought back in front of the court. And if you violate it, I'll revoke your pretrial diversion, have a pre-sentence investigation report done on you. And then you could be a convicted felon in any felonies you have in the future. Now, is there any provision for anybody to be on a register or anything on a diversion?
Not on the version. I don't think there's registration on the sexual misconduct.
That's the only offense, I think, for which registration is not required.
Yeah.
And I didn't think in this case, based on what the
Yeah,
victim's parents told me.
I'll be fine. I just want to bring it, make sure everybody understood
That
that.
wasn't discussed.
Okay, that's what. Okay, well, you'll need to go over here and with Mr. Hoover, maybe follow him out there and meet with a probation parole officer.
Thank you.
$225 court costs.
We can pay that in full within 30 days.
That'd be fine.
Make sure it's signed.
Wait a minute.
You don't. You hinder that. Back office.
Okay, let's see. Well, I know the grand jury is ready, but I'll need to finish this docket real quickly and then we'll get to them. Who do we have left that we haven't taken up yet?
We got the people that were taken into custody, I know.
What do you have?
I have Sean Thomas. I'm appearing for Mr. Wilkerson, who just accepted this on the conflict last week. We'd ask the court to set that August 18th negotiation day and August
Your
30th.
client is- Yeah, he's on the Dare County.
Yeah.
On the first on the list there.
And I can wait till you.
Yeah, they're just, they're 6 minutes over. We'll make him the first one out, okay? Okay, who else has someone? You had it? Okay, come around. Commonwealth versus Randy Meador. CR 0078. It says, are you Randy Meador?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you were born in 1980. This is 2068.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is 19 CR 0087. Now, this is where the correct findings were not made. It's ruled by the Court of Appeals.
That's
As far as his probation revocation, they upheld his situation as far as the contempt. How much more time does he have on contempt?
Should have served it out.
He's
Served
been
out now.
posted.
So you wanted an additional, another hearing on his probation revocation?
We think that he is entitled to one, yes.
Well, I know he's entitled to one, but we're entitled to a lot of things that we have to request.
Well, this is what happened on the last hearing, and I'm sure you weren't present. I don't know if you went back and watched it. But Mr. Meador was revoked because he had about 5 or 6 felony convictions out of Barron County. And I distinctly recall that Ms. Costello, Mr. Meador claimed his argument was that those felonies occurred prior to being put on probation in Cumberland County, was his argument.
Partially, yes.
Yeah, and then I thought she was gonna file something and produce some evidence on that. So I think the Commonwealth's put on its proof, if they've got any additional evidence that these felonies occurred prior to the probation period here in Cumberland County, then that needs to be in.
We don't, Your Honor. I think as far as the
Can you
previous.
speak up just a little?
The previous revocation hearing, we can stipulate that the grounds there and the evidence entered in that were sufficient in that case. What we are asking for is that
I don't believe they did stipulate to that. If you reviewed, I think there was
They did
still,
at that time.
yeah,
we can now.
okay.
That we don't need the probation officer in here. So he is serving some time on those. He has been probated in several other counties. What we're asking here is either because this was an $880 restitution and has been paid in full.
It has been paid, yes.
That since he had been put on probation, the legislature had amended that to a misdemeanor. So we believe that under CR 6003, he could be equitably relieved from that judgment. However, if the court doesn't want to do that, he has shown me today that since he's been in DOC custody, he has completed substance abuse treatment as well as moral recognition therapy. But we believe that he's got the core issue of his addiction dealt with. So we'd ask that he be put back on, since he doesn't really have any other restitution in this county, if he can be put on unsupervised probation for the remainder of the term and then shipped on down the road.
I don't have any problem with that.
I don't either, and I can tell that Mr. Meador's demeanor is a lot better.
Yeah. Last time, actually, I was trying to help Mr. Meador. He just didn't understand it. And I understand, Mr. Meador, that there's a lot of pressure when you're incarcerated. So I understand that. So I don't want to try to put my foot on your throat or anything. So I'll go ahead and we will not revoke him on this thing. We'll enter an order. Is there anything else?
That should be all, Your Honor. Thank
Okay, I hope things turn around for you, Mr. Meador.
Judge,
Yes.
Mr. Meador would like to apologize.
It's all right. We've all had bad days, Mr. Meador. So
I understand, sir. I'd just like to apologize to you and Mr. Stockton for the
we
way I acted.
appreciate that. We hope things turn around for you. Okay,
Thank
what
you,
is
sir.
this here?
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, yeah.
Your Honor, I have to report on.
Wait just a second.
What did you say?
Okay, so is Mr. Meador going to remain? Oh, in lieu of it,
Thank you. See if that's everything. What do you got, Mr. Cross?
Your Honor, I met with Cody Willis and I met with some of his people outside. I have said
Mr. Stockton?
Yeah.
Wait,
two things.
Wait just a second. Okay, go ahead.
Two things. I don't know what's happened on not paying Mr. Smith, but Mr. Willis advised me that he had money in his possession to pay Mr. Smith apparently in full, if it's $300. Number two, I have been told by his family that they could and would hire me, so I'm willing to enter a limited appearance today only. It'll help move things along in the court. And that's all I can report.
Our information, and I misspoke a while ago because I'm getting this information at the last minute, but he owes $285 for Mr. Smith. He missed 3 payments, but he had made a payment recently.
Okay.
But he was still $285 behind.
Because he says he's got that with you.
And I need to advance this case because he's made at least 2 court appearances now without an attorney.
Well, I'm making a limit.
Well, your appearance is not sufficient if you're not going to represent him.
Well, I don't, Your Honor, I'm sorry. It's best I can tell you.
Well, I know, and I'm not blaming it on you. It was him that didn't come to you. It's not your responsibility to chase him down and get paid and stuff, but it doesn't get us any closer to be able to advance this case if he won't appear with an attorney, keeps coming back without an attorney. Now, I know how to give a Faretta instruction to him if he wants to represent himself, but we need to set some dates. So I'm gonna bring him back out here.
Okay.
And I guess in a few minutes, we'll go through the self-representation thing that we have to go through to see if he's competent to do that.
Well, I will say this, Your Honor, before I spoke with any of them, I've reviewed the file. And it would appear there's going to have to be a search warrant motion. There's not an affidavit in the file, and I haven't got any discovery, but it just looks like.
Well, I know, but I don't know whether you're going to do that or not.
No.
And so if he's not going to have an attorney, I need to inform him of all the danger involved with not having an attorney. I mean, I can't do anything else. So leave him back there for a minute. Has anybody else got anybody they want to bring up here? Mr. Poindexter.
Ernest Gates.
Commonwealth versus Ernest Gates.
All the good that got approached. This is that agreed order on that gentleman whose wife passed away. There you
Mr. Stockton. You want to deliver that back over to Clinton County?
I can't.
And then they can stamp it and everything and then get it to the jail.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Ernest Gates. 23 CR 0062. You Ernest Gates?
Yes, sir. I am.
1971.
That's correct, sir.
Last 4 digits of social security number is 7259. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. If you have any question about what I'm saying or what's going on, you can step away from the podium and ask your attorney. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with burglary in the 3rd degree, theft, unlawful taking of or disposition more than 10,000 but less than $1 million. Possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, criminal attempt at burglary in the 3rd degree. Do you understand those charges?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Poindexter, you acknowledge the identity of your client, proceed indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, you're to be back here on August the 18th, sir, for a negotiation date in August the 31st. I'll let you stay out on your same bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wait just a second. He didn't post a bond in district court.
He did in district court.
Well, we're checking it.
So you just want to continue that?
Well, I want to know what it is.
It was 1,000 cash.
Okay, I'm gonna,
Conditions, no contact.
okay, I'm gonna make that a $10,000 bond, 10%. Okay, and you just need to go down, that $1,000 will stand good for for 10,000 and let him stay. You on the way out. It's always good news when somebody tells you on the way out. On the way out, you can stop down there with your attorney and sign that new bond, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You live out of state?
Yes, sir. I live in Clay County, Tennessee.
Okay, we sign a waiver, get him a waiver of extradition, so we won't have to send the dog down there after, okay? Do y'all have one of those waiver extradition forms? Waiver extradition.
They'll do it downstairs.
They can do it downstairs. You have to acknowledge it in open court, though.
I will, sir.
Okay, go ahead. You can take him down.
Thank you,
Come
sir.
back on the 18th for negotiation and the 31st for your next court date.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We did Kyle Kenyon, right? Yeah.
We have to do this.
Johnny Key, one of them.
Yes.
Johnny Key. And it was James Williams, other. That's fine. Stay out of Cumberland, Texas, unless you want to go to work church. Mr. Poindexter, your client needs to stay out of the state of Kentucky unless he's up here for the purpose of work, church, or a doctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. No problem, Your Honor.
Yeah. We got Johnny Key coming out. Is James Williams out here? He's back there too. Just bring them both out, okay? Are you Johnny Key?
Yes, sir.
You're here on 23 CR 0056. Were you born in 1957, Mr. Key? Last four digits of your social security number 0532. You're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy. You're here today for purpose of arraignment. Can I have this time? You have a right to remain silent. If you have any questions, you can step away from the podium. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine. Do you understand that charge? Okay. Thank you. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. It says the Commonwealth has given your attorney the information they have on the case. What was Mr. Key's bond in district court?
He was AR eligible, sir.
He was what?
AR eligible, administrative.
Yeah. Well, we don't do that here. Can you make a bond? You got anybody to sign a bond for you?
Yes, sure, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you came today, so I'm gonna put where do you live, Mr. Key?
Down on next to the Tennessee line.
On this side of it?
Yeah. Cumberland County.
Okay, I'll let you call. Is somebody with you can make a bond? Okay, well, I'll let put a $10,000 clerk approved surety. And you're to stay, you work outside of your home?
No, not anymore.
Okay, well, I'll let you stay at your home. You can leave there for go work if you work anywhere, work, church, doctor, until we get this thing kind of figured out. And I'll just who's with you can do the bond here.
Mildred.
Well, I'll approve Mildred. She doesn't have to be clerk approved. Mildred, you just go downstairs and sign a bond for him, and he'll just wait up here in the courtroom. He can leave with you, okay? Okay. I know her from a long past. I know she's good for it. So. If you just want to have a seat over here somewhere.
Okay, thank you.
Be here on the 18th and on the 31st. 18th for negotiation and the 31st for your next court appearance. Okay, now we got James Williams, I believe the last one. Commonwealth versus James Williams. 23 CR 00565. Are you James Williams? Yes, sir. You born in 1967?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 1663. Is that right?
No, sir.
What is the last four digits social security number?
1636.
Okay, they just got it written on 1636. They transposed those numbers. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment in 23 CR 0065. You're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy. You have a right to remain silent. If you have any questions, stay away from the podium, okay? Yeah. Okay. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with trafficking and marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, operating motor vehicle under the influence, driving on suspended driver's license, and no registration plate. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, interplea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
I agree with that.
Do I have a bond sit on this?
Right now, you've got it at a $20,000 surety, surety, and pretrial monitoring curfew, only leaving the first before, and subject to running the drug test.
Okay.
Right now.
And Judge, he had a 750 cash bond downstairs.
That's what,
He had a 750 cash bond in district court that he posted. I don't know if that could be reinstated.
I'll change it to 10%. Let's look to 750, stand good for 7,500. You can go down there and sign the bond, but you have restrictions. Where do you live, sir? Here in Cumberland County?
No, sir.
Where do you live?
Out of state,
Where?
Indiana right now, temporarily.
You need to sign a waiver of extradition form, which means that you'll come back. Your appearances will be on the 18th and 31st. So you acknowledge in open court that you're going to sign the waiver of extradition, and we won't have to send the dog up after you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go downstairs and do that. So both these are conditions, 1 o'clock on August the 18th. And then here in court at 9 o'clock on the 31st. You understand that?
Yes, sir. I'll be here.
Okay, thank you very much. Go down there. One of the bailiffs walk him down there and show him where to sign the bond before he leaves. Down to clerk's office. Will you call down and tell him what's going on? She's telling him now. He can sign the bond. Okay, is there anybody else here in the courtroom? Who you got back there? Yeah, that's the one we don't know about, right? What do we know about Cody, Mr. Stockton?
Mr. Willis,
Yeah,
I
Cody
don't
Willis.
know what we're gonna do with, I don't need to pick up the ring.
I know, that'll be the
I
last
don't know
one.
if Mr. Cross will represent him or not. I don't need it. Okay,
Just leave him back there.
set it for next month.
Yeah, we'll see him next month. But just, we might take him up in a minute, but I can let him do the grand. We all move back over here somewhere because the grand jury's going. Mr. Cross, you and your associate just move back over there. The grand jury's coming in. Bring the grand jury. You all right, Mr. Hoover?
Good, how are
Good
you?
to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, but. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and, after the grand jury, I'm gonna do a Faretta hearing on him, real quick Faretta hearing on him, and then that way he'll be here on the 18th. You can bring Mr. Cross wherever he wants to. All rise for the grand jury, please. Okay, everybody can be seated. Thank you very much. Who's the foreperson of the grand jury? Have foreperson you come around. Have y'all completed your work? Have 9 or more of you voted on these indictments and agreement presented to the high sheriff? Thank you, Sheriff. Hard still for me to sign these documents. It says it's the 27th of July of 2023. I'm not used to 2022 being over yet, you know, this year's over half over. Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that you should keep confidential everything that happened in the grand jury. I will issue, if people that you have indicted here are in custody, I'll probably issue a summons to add, if they're not in custody, we will evaluate the danger to society or their recidivism or possibilities, or whether or not they're a flight risk, and then I'll set bonds. So it could take a day or two to do that. So it's very important that you keep confidential. The next day that you're to be here is on August the 31st, which is a little bit different than the date that was originally on your list, maybe. Isn't that correct? August 31st, August 31st. Until then, you're excused. You can go with the sheriff and he'll take you out, okay? Thank you. All rise to the grand jury. Okay. Who did I give these documents to? Okay, now bring Mr. Cody Willis out. Everybody can be seated. Bring Mr. Cody Willis out, and we're going to do a short hearing here. I'm going to go ahead and do the Faretta hearing because I'm going to order him to be at negotiations. And I think that he has a right to be represented at negotiations. And so if he's not going to have an attorney, I want to go over this. He can bring an attorney if he wants to. Mr. Cross, you can come around if you'd like. I'm going to explain it to him. And if you want to supplement that explanation to him, you can.
You're listening keenly, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah.
We seem to have misplaced the key. You get the key?
Could be a life sentence coming up here. I think we just got one. We just have one key now. Just one key. You defense lawyers that are here, if you ever want a continuance or something, if you get your hands on the key. If we try to order another key.
Let me try.
It must be a much coveted souvenir when people leave office. Okay, Mr. Key, you have a right to remain, Mr. Willis, rather, you have a right to remain silent. We're back here on 23 CR 0040. Now I have to go over some questions with you because, and I'm going to explain it to you. You have a right to have a lawyer at all phases of these negotiations. And I'm going to order you to be here on August the 18th at 1 o'clock for negotiations, and then back here on August the 31st. You know, but you've been here on 2 occasions and you were told to get a lawyer and you haven't gotten a lawyer. And you got a right not to have a lawyer if you don't want to, or you can have a lawyer here. But I'm going to go through a series of questions that I've got to ask you just in case you show up on the 18th and don't have a lawyer. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Have you ever, and you're going to answer these questions, some of them might be silly, but that's what Faretta versus California says. I've got to ask you if you're going to proceed without a lawyer. Have you ever studied law?
No, sir.
Have you ever represented yourself or any other defendant in a criminal action?
No, sir.
You realize that you're charged with criminal offenses.
Yes, sir.
You realize that if you're found guilty of the crimes, you could spend years in the penitentiary.
Yes, sir.
Plus a fine. You realize that if you are found guilty of more than one of the crimes, that those sentences could be, there's multiple indictments, right?
Yeah, with the PFO.
With a PFO, they could be consecutive after that. You know that your time could be doubled with a PFO. Do you understand that? You realize that if you represent yourself, you on your own, I cannot tell you how to try your case. I cannot even advise you on how to try your case. You'll be on your own, and you'll be held to the same standards as an attorney is. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the Kentucky rules of evidence? Okay, well, in order, you realize that the Kentucky rules of evidence govern what happens, what may be introduced at a trial. And in representing themselves, you'll be held to the same standards as an attorney, and you must abide by those rules. You understand that? Are you familiar with the Kentucky rules of criminal procedure?
No.
Okay, you realize that these govern the way in which a criminal trial is scheduled. As you represent yourself, you're responsible for that. You realize if you decide to call witnesses, you must present your test. If you realize that if you decide to call yourself as a witness, you must propound your questions to yourself as questions, or if any witnesses come forward, you must question them. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I must advise you, in my opinion, you'd be far better off to be defended by a trained lawyer than you can be represented by yourself. I think it is unwise of you to try to represent yourself. You're not familiar with the law. You're not familiar with the court procedures. You're not familiar with the rules of evidence. I would strongly urge you not to represent yourself. Now, in light of the penalty you might suffer if you're found guilty and in light of the difficulties of representing yourself, is it still your desire to represent yourself or give up your right to and be represented by a lawyer? You want to be represented by a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you do, the lawyer should be present, fully engaged, and be there on the 18th. If not, you can proceed to represent yourself on the 18th and at the 31st, taking into consideration the warnings I've given you. Understand that? I find that the defendant has knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily acknowledged that he understands the danger of representing himself and the right to counsel. And if he does not desire to have counsel on the 18th, I will permit him to represent himself. Thank you very much. Now, is there any other bond violations or anything?
He needs to pay Mr. Smith. If I don't get any more complaints out of Mr. Smith, it's all right.
Okay, you need to go ahead and make sure you make arrangements to pay for your ankle bracelet, okay? Thank you. Okay, I guess we can go to Barron County now. I mean, Adair County, excuse me. Adair County Jail.
With who? Instead of-
Okay, Adair County, are you on there? Okay, let's call Timothy Alexander. Mr. Poindexter, is this your client? Who is it?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear it.
Timothy Alexander.
My hearing is bad.
You what?
I said, my hearing's as bad as yours sometimes.
Are you saying my hearing is bad? Are you aware? Are you a diagnostician as far as hearing loss? Your problem is that you don't hear, you just quite frequently don't listen.
Maybe that's it.
Okay. Okay, Timothy Alexander, you're off to a roaring start here, Timothy. Were you born in 1982?
Sir.
Four digits of your social security number 5227. You're here on 19 CR 0042, 23 CR 0039. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, since the last time we were in court, I've met with Mr. Poindexter. I've also met with the victim in this case. We had a lengthy interview, and we have submitted to the court an agreed order to get the victim's medical records from Vanderbilt. I need to get that signed so I can send that to Nashville and get the records and furnish to Mr. Poindexter. And if we can't resolve it on the 18th, we'll probably get a trial date next month. That's,
Well, this said a pretrial diversion revocation is what it's.
well, there's a pretrial reversion revocation, and it's based on a new assault case.
Okay, so
that's
you want
all-
to pass over the pretrial
Yes.
revocation and go to the pretrial conference. And you want to continue it until you get the records back.
That's correct.
Okay,
And then we can.
you want a negotiation day on the 18th and the 31st?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Kevin Beagle. Kevin Beagle. For the purpose of arraignment.
To come out.
Well, versus Kevin Beagle, 23 CR 0054. Mr. Beagle, were you born in 1998?
Yes, sir.
The last four digits of your social security number, 9401.
Yes, sir.
Who represents you in this case? Do you have an attorney?
No, sir.
Can you afford an attorney?
No, sir.
Okay, if y'all have an affidavit on you? Is it DPA represent you in district court? I'll continue that representation. Okay, Mr. Beagle, you have the right to remain silent. Okay, your attorney, say something to activate that microphone there. Say something.
Yes, Your Honor. DPA represents Mr. Beagle.
There's your attorney, and you have the right to remain silent. And you can consult with her at any juncture. You can raise your hand if you don't understand. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with 5 counts of wanton endangerment. Also has charged you with operating a motor vehicle under the influence, operating a motor vehicle while your license is revoked, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, and being a persistent felony offender. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, proceed indictment, wait formal reading and arraignment,
I do, Your Honor.
enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. Mr. Beagle will be present on the 18th at 1 o'clock for negotiations, and on the 31st, there's next court appearance. Zachary Bramlett. Your attorney will be up to see you, Mr. Beagle. Zachary Bramlett.
Hey,
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Zachary Bramlett. 23 CR 001. Are you Zachary Bramlett?
yes,
You were born in 1992.
yes,
Last four digits, social security number 8719.
sir.
You're here for a pretrial conference.
Mm-hmm.
Represented by the Cross Law Firm. What does the Commonwealth have to say in this
We have
case?
a felony plea.
Mr. Bramlett, I've been informed that you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No,
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
what was that?
Free and voluntary.
Yeah, free and voluntarily.
Voluntarily given.
Yeah.
The same person named in indictment 23 CR 001.
Yeah.
It's your case number.
Yeah.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No,
Have you discussed this charge with your attorney?
yes,
Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney?
yeah,
You review the evidence the Commonwealth has against you, and you believe you're fully informed about your case.
yes,
You have certain rights under Kentucky and the United States Constitution before I can accept a plea of guilty, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. The right to a speedy trial by a jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a plea of guilty, you give up all those rights. You understand that? Now I make it, you understand that? Hello?
Yes,
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting a recommendation, I will order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation? You want to come over? Mr. Cross, leave them alone while we're trying to conduct court. This is not a good day up to this point, and I want everybody to try to conform with the normal decorum we have in the court. Mr. Stockton.
The Commonwealth would recommend on a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, 1 year to serve. The Commonwealth would oppose probation and shock probation. All evidence in this case be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
yes,
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the act as charged in the indictment?
yes,
You still of your own free will.
yes,
Knowing your constitutional rights, I've explained, is it still your desire to give up those rights, enter plea of guilty and allow the court to fix your punishment?
yes,
Understand that after entering this guilty plea, if you have any future felony convictions in Kentucky, that your sentence could be enhanced under persistent felony offender law. You understand that?
yes,
Do you have his document that he signed?
Yes,
A
Judge.
document purporting to be a plea agreement has been signed. Did you indeed sign that?
yes.
I'll accept it, order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation.
I just filled one out May 5th.
Well,
That's correct. He had a plea that was probated, then he got a new charge and we rejected the plea, so he probably has to fill one out.
okay, well, what we'll do is they'll just update it. Have you been incarcerated entirely since then?
And nothing's changed on it. I've been incarcerated the entire time. Since I filled it out.
So you have been incarcerated ever since you did that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, I will go ahead and waive the pre-sentence investigation report and go ahead and impose the sentence today. I have no reason not to accept this agreement. I will accept it. Thank you. Angela Brennan. They'll have $725 court cost for Mr. Bramlett. I'll let him pay it $30 a month. Angela Branham.
Yes,
Are you Angela Branham?
yes, sir.
Were you born in 1973?
I was.
Last four digits, social security number 1859.
Yes,
Okay, you're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by public advocacy. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury in Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance in first degree, tampering with physical evidence, and other charge, possession of drug paraphernalia, operating a motor vehicle under the influence, failure to maintain insurance, possession of marijuana, failure to produce insurance card, no registration plate, expired plates, failure to eliminate registration. You understand those charges?
I do.
I'm presenting the indictment to your attorney here.
And-
And you acknowledge the receipt of the indictment, the identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pre-trial motions.
I do, Your Honor.
The 18th and the 31st, 1 o'clock on the 18th and 31st, next court appearance for negotiation. Okay. She's just under $20,000 surety.
That's
So
fine.
it's a low bond.
It's,
Okay. Kristen Cooper. Commonwealth versus Kristen Cooper. 22 CR 0027, 22 CR 0028. Ms. Cooper, were you born in 1985?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2196. I have
Yes, sir.
here a pretrial diversion revocation.
That's
What's the
right. We
story?
brought this up last month and the Commonwealth agreed if she was referred to and accepted into drug court, we would allow that. And she has been referred and she was accepted this morning. So
Okay,
we have no objection.
when
to her.
can she do the
I
orientation?
don't know if Ms. Thompson can confer with Mr. Murphy, then I didn't get a date this morning. They had so many people phasing up. So I don't know what day Mr. Murphy can do that.
Okay, well, Ms. Cooper, I'll let you out just as soon as they can schedule orientation. It shouldn't be very long. Okay, and then you'll be released under their supervision, okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor,
Shelley Crabtree.
Your Honor, could I take one case out of order? I have a social security hearing in Campbellsville at 12:30.
What?
Could I take one case out of order? Look, I deserved it. It's an arrangement.
What is the case?
Timothy Henson, Hen.
Commonwealth versus Timothy Henson. Let's do Timothy Henson next, okay? And then we'll do Shelley Crabtree. Commonwealth versus Timothy Henson. Are you Timothy Henson?
Yes.
Were you born in 1971?
Yes.
Last four digits of your social security number 9709?
No.
9709?
Oh,
What is it?
8709.
8709, okay. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. Your attorney is here present. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with burglary in the third degree, theft, unlawful taking or disposition, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, criminal attempted burglary in the third degree, and possession of burglary too. If you understand those charges.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Poindexter, you acknowledge the identity of your client received indictment, interpleading not guilty, reserving all pre-trial motions.
I do, Your Honor.
18th for at 1 o'clock for negotiation and the 31st for your next court appearance.
Mr. Gates is hoping.
Not a problem. And I would ask, Your Honor, if we could amend his bond to the same as Mr. Gates. It's a 10,000 at 10%.
Why did,
Yes, sir. Clay County.
why did I have it? I don't know. I have it as a $25,000 property bond.
Thank Mr. Gates appeared this morning. He hadn't been processed, so we carried over the district court bond on
Yeah.
him. And I guess they apprehended Mr. Henson, you set the bond during the normal process.
Yeah, did he get brought back from Tennessee on NCIC or where did they capture?
I don't think so. I think we.
Well, I'll let you discuss that with Mr. Stockton and I'll.
Yes, sir.
Consider an agreed order.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Your Honor.
Shelley Crabtree. Commonwealth versus Shelley Crabtree. Are you Shelley Crabtree?
Yes, sir.
You're here today for sentencing in 22 CR 0068.
Yes, sir.
Born in 1972.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are 6623.
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report?
Yes.
And you read a pretrial diversion.
Yes, sir.
It was voided in June of this year. So Is there any reason that this lady should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
You are sentenced to 3 years to be served, okay? Thank you very much. Yeah, I want to take a short break here. It just be just a second. The next person up will be Lance Humphrey. And we haven't had a break here, so I'm gonna do about a 5-minute break.
I said, this is Stevie Fox. I used to call, I'm a team from the where I was told, because Monday. About not. Yeah, I don't want.
He's been KCP's in class. We're not able to work. He's got a reputation, but he also has a new case.
Number 8.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then what's the date?
Whenever we get together.
They wanted to send over in the board, but we unanimously agreed on no gloves.
Pretty sure.
Cleaning,
Well, it ain't gonna matter. Since when you get it, we're just gonna-
Did you feel? Then I got no. Yeah. So like, what you can do, farming, which you can tone them down or.
No. You know, Chase Collins reminded me about that. How much time I took in the road, and he said, I walked in, you were studying, walking around and he goes, we're gonna go to Moses. I've got big old chicken strips from there. Y'all go ahead. Because it needs whatever. I don't need any time, because I gotta heat mine up anyway. I'm not gonna make it.
I think that could be
Yeah.
Somebody scared.
Very often. I'll get you.
They're ringing.
On that.
I know how it goes.
If you get them ordered and get them. You tell him to eat when he comes back. So might not even have to come back.
Oh,
Just make sure he eats for. Yeah.
They did, it did, it sounds like going out of pocket.
Yeah, which is what it should be.
Yeah, and I was looking for the last few minutes.
Okay, so I think his one, which there's one going on there, but she wants to do the bottom. No, signature way, she's my, but that was. This one. That one's only 22. Wow. No, I'm not. You walk with the layer.
Like I say, whatever, just go ahead and order it. Let him eat.
Well, court, come back to order. Lance Humphrey, please. Lance Humphrey. Commonwealth versus Lance Humphrey. 22 CR 0057 and 21 CR 0018. You are Lance Humphrey.
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1996.
Yes, sir.
Social security number 5319.
That's it.
What does Commonwealth have to say about this?
Your Honor, he actually has two cases, one a revocation and
You
one a
need to come up where you key the microphone.
He has two cases, one a revocation and one a pretrial conference. You found him competent to stand trial last time. I would ask for one more negotiation day, either we'll resolve it or get a trial date next month. That way, Ms. Costello and I can discuss.
Did we find him competent to stand trial?
Yes,
Okay, the 18th at 1 o'clock for negotiation, the 31st for the next court appearance, and you might want to do a transportation order. Okay, we're gonna bring you down here, Mr. Humphrey, so you can be present in court to negotiate your case on the 18th and then back on the 31st, okay?
All right, the 18th of next month.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Jay Jones. Are you Jay Jones?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 2002?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are 7722.
Yes, sir.
You're here today in 23 CR 0053 for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. You're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy. The grand jury of Cumberland County has charged you with possession of a controlled substance, methamphetamine, and public intoxication. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, do you acknowledge the receipt of the indictment, the identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. The 18th for negotiation, the 31st for the next court appearance. What is Miss J. Jones' bond? It looks like it's a $25,000 surety. Miss Jones, that's not a very high bond. Do you have nobody can make the bond for you?
No, sir.
Would the court consider?
Well, I want to know, where do you live?
Tennessee.
That's probably the problem.
Tennessee.
You live in Clay County?
Yes, sir.
Did they have to get her through NCIC? Where did they arrest you, Ms. Jones?
Burkesville, Kentucky.
So you were in Burkesville when you got arrested?
Yes. They picked me up on the indictment in Maryland.
Well, what I was asking is if they had to come down in Tennessee and find you.
No, we didn't. She actually got served rather quickly on this, so I don't know if you wanna give her a waiver and let her prior one time or not. It's fine with me, whatever.
Well, I want you to do a waiver of extradition that you'll need to sign. I promise you'll come back up here without us having to do that. Do you know anybody in Kentucky that'll sign a bond, just an appearance bond for you?
Yes.
Okay, who do you know? And I'll see if I can approve it.
My mom.
She live in Kentucky?
No.
I
No.
said, you know anybody in Kentucky that can sign your bond?
Yes.
Who do you know in Kentucky?
My stepdad.
Okay, and he lives in Kentucky.
Yes.
Okay, well, if he'll come up and sign a $10,000 surety bond, it won't cost him anything. It just makes him, if you show up, it'd be nothing. We don't have bail bondsmen like they do down in Tennessee. You sign a waiver of extradition. Counselor, can you get it up there to her?
Yes, I
Sign a
can.
waiver of extradition and have your stepdad to sign a $10,000 bond. You be here, a surety bond, which I'm approving right now. You be here on the 18th for negotiations at 1 o'clock and on the 31st for your next court appearance, okay?
All right, thank you.
What is your stepdad's name?
Jason Ford.
Jason Ford. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ebony Kasarowski. Are you Ebony Kasarowski?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1981?
Yes, sir.
That's 4 digits, social security number 5900.
Sir.
Your pretrial diversion, revocation, or motion to amend. You come around here.
Yeah, sure. This was on last morning. Mr. Kraus represented her. Then it's a 5-year sentence on trafficking. And basically what she did was she went in while she was intoxicated and vandalized Andrea Anderson's residence. And Miss Anderson didn't want to press charges. Mr. Kraus said she was going to apply and attempt to be transferred to Washington State. Washington State, I checked with Mr. Garner, hadn't got back with Mr. Garner yet, which we didn't, that's not a surprise, probably another 30 or 60 days. The victim in this case, Andrea Anderson's in drug court, and evidently her and Miss Kasarowski's made a side agreement, and she's wanting Miss Kasarowski to stay in her house under home incarceration, repair the damages, and replace the things she broke.
That's
Now,
correct.
That's what, and I told Miss Anderson this morning when she was in drug court, we had a room full of people. I said, well, I've got witnesses of what you want, because if this goes south, it's going to be on the victim.
Fair enough. And that's correctly stated by Mr. Stockton, and that's what we would press court go along with that, truck.
So if you want to let her out.
Do you have anybody can sign a bond for you?
Yes.
Who do you have?
Justin Kazarowski.
That's your husband?
Ex.
Excellent.
Or Andrea Anderson would sign it for me as well.
Okay, well, I'm going to put a $10,000 surety bond, clerk approved. Just get somebody to come down here in clerk's office and prove they're worth the $10,000. Then what is the address? Well, let's don't address the person's name whose house.
Andrea Anderson.
You are restricted to Andrea Anderson's house, church, work, or the doctor.
And I would request an ankle monitor too. You don't want that.
You know,
Worst
things.
Get in trouble, more trouble.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
The worst thing that happened to her is she go back to Washington or something, you know, and then she'd be a absconder. You're not planning on being an absconder, are you?
No, not at all.
Okay, well, you have somebody come in and do the bond and go down and repair the work, and then if we get you transferred back to Oregon or Washington it was, you can be on your way rejoicing.
Asked, the probation parole officer asked that she report as soon as she's released.
You need to report to the probation parole officer
She can report to Columbia.
in Columbia as soon as you get released.
And
As
since,
soon as the bond is made, you go with probation parole officer, they gets the information on you, okay?
and since she's not gonna be on a high level of supervision, on a ankle monitor, I'd ask for a high level of supervision.
That'd be fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, that does complete our business. If we may be excused.
Sure.
Thank you.
Tang Lu. Are you Tang Lu? Hello? What's your name, sir?
Tang Lu,
Okay. What year were you born, Mr. Lu?
94,
Last 4 digits of your social security number.
231.
Okay, you're here today in 23 CR 0041. Your attorney is present here in the courtroom for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say? We'll come around.
Your Honor, we will need another pretrial conference negotiation day because DPA had to get conflict counsel for the code thing.
Okay, be here for negotiation day at 1 o'clock. On August the 18th, your next court appearance is 31st. I want a transportation officer order done so Mr. Lu can be here in person for the negotiation day. And then we'll decide whether we need another order for him to be here on the 31st. Mr. Lu, you're going to meet, your attorneys are going to come up and meet with you and tell you what evidence the Commonwealth has against you. And you're going to meet with them on the 18th for negotiation. I feel it's crucial for you to be there and be present with them to do the negotiation so that you can tell your side or decide what you want to do, okay? Thank you very much. Landon McIntyre. Commonwealth versus Landon McIntyre, 21 CR 00101. Are you Landon McIntyre?
Sir.
Yeah, were you born in 1993?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, number 8436. You're here today for a pretrial diversion revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
It's a 3-year sentence on possession of controlled substance first degree, and he was terminated from drug court. My understanding is he's willing to stipulate.
He's going to stipulate the determination of drug court. And I will revoke the pretrial diversion, order a pre-sentence investigation report done by both probation and parole, and have the sentencing scheduled for the 31st of next month, okay? Okay, thank you. Michael Nethery. Michael Nethery. Is Michael Nethery there?
He's down at our class D. There he is. He's on now.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Michael Nethery, 22 CR 0020. Are you Michael Nethery?
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1964.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 8105. You're here representing the Office of Public Advocacy on a motion for shock probation. You want to proceed with your motion, counsel?
Your Honor, Mr. Nethery, I have not spoken with Mr. Nethery, and I didn't have any notes from Ms. Costello that she had either. I don't know if he still wants to have a hearing or he wants to stipulate. Or shock probation. I'm sorry. Sorry. Because I didn't know much about him. I apologize to the court.
Let's come in, Mr. See, what's the deal?
We may want to wait for Ms. Costello to give us some information next month. It might be to Mr. Nethery's benefit.
I believe it.
Mr. Nether, your regular attorney has been called away for a national conference on criminal defense.
Okay.
The substitute here does not want to for you to use up your motion for shock probation and have it decided. She thinks it would be better if, and the Commonwealth agrees that Ms. Costello come back and provide them with the information. I could do this by agreed order if they come back, so we'll let you preserve your motion for shock probation and won't burn it up for you today, okay?
That's fine.
You know, she'll be in contact with you, okay? Thank you.
A letter saying he does have a job. He does.
Yeah,
That was one of my questions. I didn't know.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Mr.
So it,
Costello,
it might be sooner, it might be sooner than the 31st, Mr. Nader. to hear from you. Okay,
That's fine.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Parker Purdue.
I said, I'm trying to not there next month.
Are you Parker Purdue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is 22 CR 0061. Mr. Purdue, you were born in 1979.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 3571.
Yep.
You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Have you reviewed this pretrial investigation report done by pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Have you had a chance to look at it?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counselor, is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Plea of guilty to criminal mischief and being a persistent felony offender, defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years. On plea of guilty, third degree assault, third degree assault PFO, he shall receive a sentence of 10 years. On plea of guilty to burglary, PFO, second degree, he shall receive 12 and a half years. These sentences shall run concurrently for 12 and a half years. He shall receive credit for time served, which was 249 days as of June 19th, which will be several other days after that. And because of the length of the and is he supposed to be released, Mr. Stockton?
When he's able to be transported to the facility.
Right.
Okay.
And I'll tender an order, Judge.
You will be released to be transferred to the Owensboro Regional Recovery Center to treat your issues. And as soon as we get that, I'll sign the order and you can be transported, okay? I'm going to waive the court costs in this case, considering the length of the sentence.
Thank you.
Yeah. Patrick Sharp. Cromwell versus Patrick Sharp. This is Commonwealth versus Patrick Sharp. 19 CR 00113, 19 CR 00114, 21 CR 0053. And we have new charge and arraignment in 23 CR 0063. Mr. Sharp, what was your year of birth?
1996,
Last four digits, your social security number.
4951.
Okay, the grand jury, you have a right to remain silent. Your attorney is here in court to represent you. The Cumberland County grand jury returned an indictment charging you with fleeing or evading police in the first degree, fleeing or evading police in the second degree, possession of marijuana, failure to maintain insurance, no registration plate or receipt, expired tags. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The grant, I'm signing a reciprocal order that says the Commonwealth should provide all information concerning your case. I'm going to schedule you on the 18th for negotiation day and the 31st for the next appearance. Considering the gravity of the multiple charges, I would request y'all do a transportation order. Mr. Sharp, I'll have you transported down here. Your attorney will come up and meet with you before the 18th, but I think it's crucial you be here in person so you can address these issues personally with your attorney and with the Commonwealth attorney, okay? Thank you very much. Go ahead. Someone say something? You have anything to say, Mr. Sharp?
No, sir.
Okay, well, we'll see you then. Jason Sherrill. Commonwealth versus Jason Sherrill. 21 CR 0041. Are you Jason Sherrill?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1976?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 8694.
Yes, sir.
You're here for a pretrial conference represented by Office of Public Advocacy. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
But usually.
We need to come around.
Usually Mr. Costello gets back with me before, on the jail docket before the motion day, but we've not had any communication on this case, so I'd ask it be reset for next month.
What's he charged with?
Traffic. Yeah, I've got, trafficking first degree now.
What's his bond?
25,000 cash or 2 times.
Has he ever, what's the deal on him? Was it so?
We've got $5,000 cash, 2 times.
Yeah, does he have a long record, or is he a flight risk?
Moderate 5, moderate 2.
Yeah, well, I couldn't modify the bond. So you'll have him transported also, do a transportation order. Come down on the 18th and negotiate the case, and the next court appearance will be the 31st, okay? Jacob Smith. Commonwealth versus Jacob Smith. 23 CR 0032. Are you Jacob Smith?
Sir.
Born in 1987.
Yes, sir.
The last four digits, social security number 4054.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say? You want to move over behind the microphone?
Well, again, this is one that I've made an offer on it, but I'm waiting for communication on.
So you want to put it over, you want to have negotiation again on the 18th and 31st?
That'd be fine.
18th and 31st. William Spears. Your attorney will be up to talk to you, Mr. Smith, about the negotiation day. We'll have you transported down here on the 18th so you can meet personally with your attorney in the Commonwealth to negotiate your case, but your attorney will be up to see you before then, okay?
No, no.
Okay, thank you. William Spears. Are you William Spears?
Sure.
Mr. Spears, you were born in 1974.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 1612. You're here today in 22 CR 0087, a probation revocation.
Your Honor, he has a motion to revoke probation on a 3-year possession of controlled substance offense. His violation is he got a new felony charge on possession of controlled substance, and that was tendered to the grand jury today. There should have been an indictment returned. So I'd ask that we set it for next month and see if we can do a global settlement on it.
Evidently, you've been indicted by the grand jury on another charge, Mr. Smith. What they're going to try to do is your attorney's going to come up and meet with you, and then you're going to meet with the Commonwealth on the 18th to see if you can, wound all your troubles up maybe in one thing. And if you want a trial on this new charge, you come back here on the 31st to court. So 1 o'clock on the 18th, I want a transportation order down on Mr. Spears, so he can be here and personally negotiate. Okay. Thank you. Wendell Stearns. Wendell Stearns. 5 more cases. Right. Commonwealth versus Wendell Stearns. 23 CR 0033. Are you Wendell Stearns?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1994.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 0777.
Sir.
Here today on 23 CR 00033. For a pre-trial conference, what does the Commonwealth have to say about this?
Your Honor, we did a order referring to drug court. He was assessed and he was accepted this morning, but we need to do a plea in order for him to be released. And so I don't know if you want to try to do that today or if you want to set it in Clinton County. I know he's a Clinton County resident.
What day, when are we next in Clinton County?
August 10th.
Okay, I'm gonna set this case for August the 10th. We're gonna bring you to Clinton County. You were accepted into the drug court today, they say.
That's correct.
So you'll enter a plea over there on August 10th. And we'll set the orientation up for you and you'll get out then, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Peyton Sullivan. Peyton Sullivan. Commonwealth versus Peyton Sullivan, 21 CR 0063. Are you Peyton Sullivan?
Yes, yes, sir.
1999.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3920.
Yes, sir.
Here today on a pre-trial conference on 21 CR 0063. What does the Commonwealth have to say in this case?
This is the case. Looks like that we need to do the paperwork also, Your Honor. You know, we're going to, you know, and still go back to plea.
And Judge, I apologize. I saw him last night to discuss it with him, so we didn't have to.
Well, I'm gonna be around here today.
Well, we
We
can go
want to
ahead and
see
do
it
it.
on those last two
Yeah,
cases,
if we can get it sent to
Okay.
Barron County and get it signed.
but it's there in Adair County.
I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong county.
Well, let's try to do that.
That's fine with me.
You know, and that way we can do that for Wendell Stearns and for Peyton Sullivan. We're gonna get some papers up there to you later, and if Mr. Stearns is still there, instead of it being in Clinton County, we'll get him some papers too, to see if y'all can sign them, and I'll get back online and get a plea, and maybe we'll get y'all out, okay?
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
yeah. Quayshawn Thomas. Mr. Hoover, I didn't see you listed, or I would have called you. I just talked to you.
That's fine, Ron. I'm appearing for Mr. Wilkerson, who just accepted representation last week.
Commonwealth Kentucky versus Quayshawn Thomas. 23 CR 0042. Are you Quayshawn Thomas?
Yes, sir.
In 1997.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3952.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this, have you had a negotiation day on this?
No, Your Honor, this is the case. His co-defendant Lane Fu had to be, we had to get conflict counsel, so we need another negotiation.
And his is set for the 18th.
18th and the 31st. If you want him transported, are you gonna be here, Mr. Wilkerson?
Mr. Wilkerson will be here.
You'll have him transported, come down here for negotiations or participate in, okay?
Judge, good to see you, my big
Good to
excuse.
see you. Take
Thank
it easy. Be safe going home.
Thank you.
Jason Thrasher. Your attorney's gonna be up to see you, Mr. Thomas, and have you brought down here on the 18th for negotiation. Jason Thrasher.
No, but I get.
Jason Thrasher. Commonwealth versus Jason Thrasher, 19 CR 0086, 19 CR 0087. Mr. Thrasher, were you born in 1972?
Sir.
Last four digits, social security number 7385.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Thrasher has two cases and they're both set for revocation. There are 3 years on each case. And the basis of the revocation is that he has a new trafficking charge. Lance Watson is the officer on that. He was unable to attend the grand jury today. That'll be presented to the grand jury in August. I'd ask that these be set for, I will go ahead and tender the discovery. In that case, it was not presented to Ms. Costello. I'd ask that it be set for the 18th and see if we can wrap this up maybe by an information indictment.
Okay, it says that Nick Carter's on here. Is he withdrawn?
I haven't talked to him, Your Honor.
The Office of Public Advocacy is representing you. We're gonna have you transported down here on the 18th, Mr. Thrasher, in case you couldn't hear it. The officer Lance Watson wasn't able to go in front of the grand jury today, couldn't be here. So what they're gonna do is bring you down here on the 18th for negotiation and try to get that new charge wrapped in with these other charges and see if we can get you all wound up on the 18th, okay? Okay, thank you very much. James Wilson. James Wilson. Are you James Wilson?
Yes.
You're here on 23 CR 0043. Were you born in 1996?
Yes. Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 1308.
Yes.
Pre-trial conference was a Commonwealth had to say about this case.
This is a case where Mr. Winningham had a sentence and he was, his 5 years, he served 120 days. His supervision was transferred to Tennessee. He evidently had a probation violation in Tennessee and he served 11 months and 29 days down there. So he wasn't able to come up and comply on a misdemeanor conviction. So, I don't know if the court wants me to get the people from Tennessee to come up and testify, or if you want to just leave him unsupervised and make him go back to Tennessee.
Judge, actually, I thought this was
You need to
James.
speak up. a little.
Sorry, Judge, I thought this was James Wilson we were talking about. Jerry Winningham was the next one on the docket.
Case, huh?
This is James Wilson.
Yeah, this we just need negotiation.
Yep.
Okay, we'll schedule you to be transported down, Mr. Wilson, on the 18th. Your attorney will be up to talk to you before then. On the 18th, Mr. Wilson will report down here to the Justice Center at 1 o'clock for the purpose of negotiation. Next court date is on the 31st. Jerry Winningham is next. Commonwealth versus Jerry Winningham. 21 CR 0096. Are you Jerry Winningham?
Yes, sir.
You was born in 1975.
Yes, sir.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
834.
Okay, you're represented by Office of Public Advocacy on a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
This is the case where Mr. Winningham had a 5-year sentence. He served 120 days on tampering and possession of controlled substance. His probation was transferred to Tennessee. I do not have any information other than he served 11 months and 29 days in the Fentress County Jail. I don't know if it's on a probation violation or a new arrest. And then based on that, he was unable to comply with probation in Tennessee. So they requested that Kentucky take him back on a mandatory retake under the icons. So if Mr. Winningham wants to reside in Kentucky, I'm requesting he be revoked. If he wants to stay in Tennessee, I think it'd be appropriate to make him unsupervised.
Did you get that, Mr. Winningham?
I want to stay in Tennessee.
You want to stay in Tennessee? That's the right door to pick here. You know, if you got two doors. So you're gonna let him stipulate to probate, Mr. Stockton? You're gonna stipulate to probation revocation, but I mean to violation, but not revoke him at this time, and allow him to be unsupervised as long as he stays in Tennessee.
He comes back to Kentucky, he's on probation.
I know it's gonna be hard for you, Mr. Winningham, to stay out of Kentucky. But come back to Kentucky, they're gonna revoke you and send you to the penitentiary. So you just take care of your problems down in Tennessee, okay? Okay. Now, how's he gonna be transported? Will they send somebody up here after him or?
Now he's on his own, getting back.
Okay. I'll sign a release order and, but I won't sign it until you get somebody to come up after you because I don't want them to put you out on the street up there, okay?
Okay, no
You
problem.
just notify the clerk's office down here when you got somebody and I'll sign an order to release you, okay? Now, we're gonna be in recess, I guess, now until we get those plea agreements on those two people, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we're in recess. Oh.
I'll ask for me.
Okay. This is a show call's docket call. Commonwealth versus Tanya L. Robidoux. Do what?
She is not called.
Issue a bench warrant for her, and she can purge herself by paying $147. Is that right? Candy Stuber. Issue a bench warrant, hurt yourself by $725, or by a smaller account if she gets in contact with the attorney in agreement with the convoy. Jonathan Stuber. Just $90 for him, right? More purge himself by $90. David Terry. 16 CR 00017.
It's restitution.
I think he was probably revoked, otherwise he wouldn't have.
Do what?
I would think he would have been revoked, otherwise he wouldn't have. No, it's not. Is this a child support case?
There it is.
CR 17.
Is it a child support case?
We need to file my.
These, ones on this docket is one that just makes the payment every time later, so I do. So, everywhere. I think one thing, well, he's going two payments, $50. It's always like.
Issue a warrant. Purge himself, paying $4,140. Is that the entire docket? Okay, let's go off the record then. Oh. You could hang meat in here. It's cold.
Oh, right here.
Are you as cold as I am?
I'm cold. I can't hear this, it's cold. It don't take that long, thanks.
You didn't want to flee. It's not like they could catch you.
Probably not.
No, you didn't need to like actually risk that. They wanted, they wanted to show you. I've got one, the one bringing through now, so Kendra said she was gonna bring him. So one's come through already, so we're just waiting for. Windows.
I was curious if the jail didn't send it because they should have been them.
Okay. And then she said bringing through. With the other one.
They're gonna be released. Yes.
And then you just need to sign straight over.
That would be easy.
I had already signed it, they signed it. Yeah, I couldn't find you, so I just gave it out. I didn't, it's part of hay.
Yeah, we really give them.
Coffee and stuff.
All this current opinions.
He's surviving VBS too. He's got one more night.
They keep me on the formal reading, like, I just literally wasn't, their motion and.
Let's come to order. I don't see that child support document here. Okay, we have child support docket. Very lengthy.
Good news is everybody's paying, Judge.
Okay. First case is 19 CI 0038, Cash versus Roberts.
Judge, I've got an order to tender here asking that it be reviewed 16th day of November. Mr. Roberts is paying right now.
Thank you very much. We on the record note. We have to do this again. That's practice. That's a practice.
I can do better than that anyway.
Practice tape. Okay. Okay, we're on the record now. Start new, it's not the red button. You want it to stop or start?
Sorry,
It's a green button.
there you go.
That's the level of my technological involvement. I'll be like the little kid over at Marybone when Dave Sharp was principal over there. They told him to get out the spelling book. And he said, "Now, is that the red one?" Okay, let's go on the child support docket here. Commonwealth of Kentucky and others versus Roberts.
Judge, we tendered an order asking that this matter be reviewed by the court November the 16th. Mr. Roberts is paying, so we're just asking that it be
Seems to be
reviewed.
in order. And in Winslow versus Winslow.
Judge, I've got
CI 0039.
I'm sorry, we have an order to tender asking that the court change the payee. The Commonwealth intervened, file paperwork with our office, so it'd be paid through them.
Does that conclude your child support document?
That's all I have, Judge.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, then we have a Monroe Circuit Court case that's scheduled right now, we might be a little late for it. It's 4 minutes ago. We have Schultz versus Aaron, writ of habeas corpus.
Your Honor, I via email a motion to dismiss the writ of habeas corpus because Judge Costello set a bond, he's out of jail.
Okay. Is there anybody on here in Schultz versus Aaron?
Yes, Mike. Sorry.
Tracy Shipper here on behalf of Foreman and Associates.
Okay, and for the Attorney General's office?
Todd Ferguson for the Attorney General.
Okay, are you involved in this case?
Well, we got served and hadn't had a chance to respond yet, but yes.
Okay. And Mr. Richardson, are you involved in this case?
Yes, sir. I'm Barron County Attorney. I was here at the request of Jailer Shirley, and it's obviously of interest to Barron County.
Yeah, it's good to meet you. I think that the defendant has been released on a bond, and the case has been remanded to district court and made the bond in district court. So the motion is to dismiss the writ of habeas corpus. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I filed a motion to dismiss without prejudice because he has been released from the custody and control of the Barron County jailer.
The answer would be yes, as far as business. So I will sign the submitted order, and the writ of habeas corpus will be dismissed. The case will be okay. Well, thank y'all for your patience and for your attendance today. It's always y'all are excused. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank y'all very much.
Judge.
Yeah. Okay. Now we have the Adair County child support, and we only have one case on there. You know, it's still 9 minutes early. You think you're going to have anybody appearing or responding to this? Are you here?
Judge,
okay. He's here in the courtroom.
I'm not sure.
He's in the courtroom.
Okay.
Okay. Dean versus Sparks, 12 CI 00224, Adair Circuit Court meeting in special session because of conflict, judge being appointed on recusal. Madam Clerk, can you can see her over there if you'd like to. Would you make your presentation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm trying to get the presentation of the clerk to get it. Can you blow that up any? Or is that it? Okay, go ahead, Madam County Attorney, make your.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we are here on a review of Mr. Sparks's child support. Presently, he owes an arrearage of $5,733.78. Current support of obligation, he did make a payment yesterday of $230. Prior to that, the last payment he made was in April for $210. Prior to that was January of this year for $250. His obligation is $262.50. That includes an arrearage payment. He had advised us he was going to go work somewhere. I think Americami, I think is what my office said, but he did not go. We don't believe he went to work there. And I believe he got out of jail. We had passed last month because he was incarcerated, but he had a case in Green Circuit, but he's been released on that. So that's kind of where we are.
What kind of case did you have in circuit court in Green County?
It was on 2021, and first off, I just want to thank you for being kind to me, and I want to explain that because it has everything to do with this case.
Well, is this a case you had up there? Was it a drug case or?
No, I have no drug charge, no drug priors.
What was the case about?
It was assault, forced resisting arrest, and one endangerment, and the plaintiff had gave sworn statements to the public defender before trial.
I don't need to retry that. I was just going to see what kind of case it was. What are you asking for this gentleman as far as the child support payments?
Your Honor, we're requesting an order to show cause for him to have 525 paid by September the 27th, or to appear on September the 28th if he's not made that payment for 525 is what we're requesting at this time, Judge.
What about a wage assignment?
I would love to have a wage assignment.
Where are you working at now, sir?
Nowhere. She was right. I was supposed to go to work at Murakami, but they contacted me Monday saying that they changed the hiring agency and gave me another number to repeat. So I got to go back through there. So it's been delayed.
Okay, will you make the 525 by September the 27th? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
27th. And then in addition to that, within 60 days, I want you to send proof of employment and a wage assignment, so you won't have to go through this anymore.
Yes, sir.
And so you include that in your order. All right, counsel?
Okay, we will, Your Honor. Thank you so much. May I be excused?
You both may be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
Too. Now we have a DVO docket at 2 o'clock, unless y'all have these, you have these pleas.
We're
back.
ready on one, Your Honor, but I don't know, they're getting part of it at the clerk's office on one of them, and they're not getting the rest of it.
Well, why don't they try my fax number if the fax numbers have problems?
You have pauses for who?
Do what?
You have pauses and you want to start.
Yeah, we're gonna do one case here. And while we're doing the other, we have the jail, Adair County Jail. Will you come back up online? Sure, I'll sign it. Oh.
I sent a message to the jail.
Which case do you have here?
I do have Peyton Sullivan ready to go, but they're not online, but I'm trying to tell them to get online if they're not there.
I tell you, you could hang meat in here. It's cold.
Probably hot outside though.
Oh, it's steam. He days, fix 101 right now.
That,
It's about 92 degrees.
It's 94 an hour.
that protein bar in my car is probably melted by now.
We can drink.
Protein shake.
Yeah, so you have to eat.
We got no reason to complain. You made it.
Oh, no, no.
115 million.
Just go off the record.
Saudi Arabia, it'd be 130 and at 90, for the build back up and get down to 90 degrees.
Yeah, but it's not doing it. Yeah, it's staying over this spending.
Well, you imagine, you probably weren't practicing when they didn't have air conditioning in these places.
No, I didn't.
Well, we didn't. The Adair County Jail, will you turn your camera on?
You call it their County Jail.
Adair County Jail, will you turn your camera on? Can you see if you can call the Adair County Jail?
So. Hi. Well, I'm
Oh, this is a Cumberland Attorney's Office in Cumberland County. How are you?
Just got it.
We are in Circuit Court. And you all are on.
Do what? There you go. Now we got it. Okay, Cumberland Circuit Court, let's go on the record.
You're still struggling on getting one.
Are you, can you hear me? Are you Peyton Sullivan?
No, my name is Wendell Stern.
You know, it's funny because he was still walking, getting the paperwork. You can check on that first.
Him first.
You got his paperwork, yeah, we take it sold.
Yeah, I need Mr. Sullivan first. We don't have the paperwork on that.
I'm here.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
are you Peyton Sullivan?
Yes, Your Honor.
We identified you previously in 21 CR 0063, but I understand she needs to keep the paperwork. I understand that the paperwork is down and you wish to enter a plea. Is it a felony plea that we got going on here? Pretrial diversion. Okay. A motion's been tendered, says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Okay, state your full name, please.
Peyton Brock Sullivan,
What's your year of birth
1999,
and the last 4 digits of social security number?
3920.
Is your judgment impaired in any way today? Is your judgment impaired? Do you know what's going on?
Oh, no, my judgment is impaired. No, sir.
Okay, are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney?
Yes.
Are you fully informed about the case? If you've been able to review the evidence the Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, yes.
Okay, you have certain rights under Kentucky and United States Constitution. In order for me to take a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to read them to you, and at the end, I'm going to ask if you understand. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, or the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charge against you. Understand that by entering a plea of guilty, you give up all those rights. You understand that? Now,
Yes.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I'm applying range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. In the event I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you'll give you the opportunity to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. You understand that? Have you previously been diverted in the past 5 years?
No, sir.
Have you had any felony conviction in the last 10 years?
No, sir.
Are you currently on probation?
No, sir.
Do you understand if you complete the diversion program, the case will be dismissed, pretrial diverted?
Yes, sir.
You understand if you do not fully complete the diversion program, you'll be brought back before the court, a pre-sentence investigation report will be done, you'll be a convicted felon. And in the future, if you have other felonies, they could be enhanced in sentence under persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stockton, will you come around and state what the Commonwealth's recommendation is, and please listen very closely to this.
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, he will plead guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years supervised. He'll be assessed by the SSC follow all recommendations. He'll be released upon the entry of the plea, receive credit for time served. He'll obtain and maintain gainful employment, and all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the act charged in the indictment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll accept your plea. And knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to proceed with this?
Yes, sir.
Is that, there's a document that purports to have your signature on it here, which is a pretrial diversion agreement and a guilty plea form. Are those your signatures?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll accept the agreement and sign the diversion. The only problem I have is you still need to be interviewed by probation and parole.
I'm going there. They tell me where their office is. I'm going there after I get out of here. I'm gonna walk there.
Okay, will that be all right?
If you come by the office, I have an appointment day for tomorrow. We can give it to him.
Let's give it today. What time can he be over there today?
Today, as soon as he gets out, I'll let him.
Well, what, is there be somebody up there?
Yes,
So,
it's all there, 4:30.
Okay, as soon as I send the order up there, release you, you need to go straight over to probation and parole, okay?
There'd be, I have to walk over unless there's a way to ride over or something like that. But
Do you have somebody that can come get you?
yeah, but it'll take him a few minutes to get here. But yeah.
Well, it's all right, as long as you're over there by 4 o'clock. You know,
All right.
you don't go anywhere else, get in any trouble between now and then, okay? Your court cost is $240. I'll let you pay that $30 a month. First payment's due 30 days from today, okay?
All right.
Okay, now who's our next person? Wendell Stearns.
Yes, sir.
You say Stearns or Starnes, Wendell?
Stearns.
Stearns, okay. Commonwealth versus Wendell Stearns, 23 CR 0033. You were born in 1994.
Yes, sir.
The last 4 digits of your social security number is 0777. Is that correct?
Sir.
I understand. What kind of plea do we have in this?
It's a diversion.
We have a pretrial diversion. I'm gonna go down through the checklist with you, okay? A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter guilty plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 0033?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Are you fully aware of all the evidence the Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, sir.
I understand that you don't have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. I'm going to go over these rights with you. And once you, and ask you to acknowledge, you understand you have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, be represented by a jury, by counsel at your jury trial, to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation on the applying range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept it in the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence. You have the right to withdraw your plea. Now, have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years?
No, sir.
Currently on probation?
No, sir.
You understand if you successfully complete the diversion program, the charges will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, you can have your record expunged. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
If you do not successfully complete the diversion program and you come back in front of me, I will schedule a sentencing hearing and have a pre-sentence investigation report done. You'll be a convicted felon and your sentence could be enhanced if you have another felony. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Commonwealth Attorney, what's your recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Stearns will plead guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years. He will also plead guilty to endangering the welfare of a minor, 2 counts, receive 12 months on each charge to run concurrently for a total of 12 months. All that will be diverted. supervised, and it'll be supervised through the Cumberland County Drug Court Program, which he's been accepted into. He will also obtain and maintain gainful employment, and all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Right.
And is that your signature on this document? It's been presented. It's a pretrial diversion agreement and also a motion to enter guilty plea. Those are your signatures, correct?
Sir.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, he's been voted into the drug court
He
here.
has.
Now, when will they have orientation?
I don't know. I didn't catch Mr. Murphy during the break at this time, so we just confer with him.
And that's when I'll let him out.
Yes, it should be the next day or two.
The next day or two, they'll set up your orientation.
I got a holder, an FTA in Clinton County, and I need to get that taken care of somehow.
Is that in district court or circuit court?
It's in Little Court District.
Don't call it little court. It makes those little judges mad when you do that.
Well, it's in district court. It's just.
You'll be released.
Here.
You'll be released from us. I can't do anything about the district court. Oh, you'll need to talk to your attorney. She'll call you about that, okay? But when they set the orientation for you, I'll release you on this one, but you'll have to take care of that. That's somebody else's jurisdiction, not mine, okay?
All right.
How much? Your court cost is $225. I'm gonna let you make your first payment 30 days after your $30, 30 days from today, and $30 every month after that till you pay the $225. Okay, thank you. Is there anybody up there in Adair County we need to see? Thank y'all for your cooperation, and y'all are excused. Now, the next thing we have is domestic case, a DVO, but that's not till 2 o'clock. Let's go back on the record. What's the DVO going to be? So I need to sign an order on that. What happened on the summons in this case, 23? So you just change the date on it? Okay. Why did we not issue a warrant on this? I mean, if I'm going, I don't want to wait another month to have the process. So the DVO is in place. It just hadn't been served. The EPO is in place. It stay in place. So I'll set the date that they come on August 31st. Okay. If anybody appears, call me. I'll come back out here. That concludes the business of the Cumberland Circuit Court.